Every season begins with a spark. But legends begin when passion meets the track. Three championships, three battlegrounds, one mission: to push harder, race faster, and unleash the thrill. For glory, for pride, for every second that defines a season. Chang International Circuit, May 21st to 24th, where it all begins. Witness Thailand's motorsport season ignite. TSS 2026. Fuel the thrill.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are right around the world. After exciting Thailand Super Series action coming your way yesterday from the circuit, we've had an opening weekend to be thankful for. That much is for sure. It's the Chang International Circuit from the Buriram district of Thailand. And ladies and gentlemen, fuel your thrill for day 4 and the final day of racing action here to open us off in 2026. All your coverage for the English language broadcast, proudly brought to you by Speed Cafe. And Scott Rankin, myself, and Hamish Munro is going to be joining me for the morning's coverage here from the Chang International Circuit. Dan Yeamer is going to be behind the scenes on production. And kicking us off this morning is going to be the Super Touring. You see them down on the grid. Worthwhile pointing out as well this weekend, change over to the Giddy tyres, a little bit of a getting yourself comfortable within that racing platform this weekend. The big thing about that is learning points, and Hamish, there's been a little bit of a change to the tyre regs for the weekend this morning.
It has indeed. I mean, the drivers obviously now getting that extra set. They've got 3 sets available to them across the weekend, Scott, and that's going to open up opportunities, for them to push the cars that little bit more, obviously, but there's going to be a lot of racing on offer for these Super Tourers, this morning. And from what we saw yesterday, from all the great racing here at the Chang International Circuit, we're going to be in for a hell of a Sunday. I mean, this is an exciting day. It's an exciting time. If you are a fan of course, motorsport, and where else would you want to be? But it's going to be tough for these Super Tourers, of course. We know that it's very, very difficult out there aboard these cars, knowing the sorts of weather that can be on offer here in Thailand as well. And it could be a sweaty and long race for some of these drivers out there, but hopefully they can withstand it across the next portion of this one.
I think the big thing with Super Touring category as well is it's one of those 1 hour races as well. So an opportunity for driver swaps and everything does certainly take away from a few of those elements. This is sort of the second level of step up within the Thailand Super Series racing categories. And the big thing about that is, like we said, that step up to 60 minutes worth of racing. Step up from Super Eco into this one, potentially into the Super Pickups as well. It's nearly a split in the way that you go about racing. The big thing, of course, this weekend, getting back underway with the championship for 2026. Exciting finish to the back end of racing last year. And, we're going to be going racing in just a few moments as they get set to roll off the grid. We'll have a little bit of a talk about what's coming our way before the luncheon break. And we're only here, yourself and I, Hamish, this morning for the first part of the day. We'll be handing on over to some of our co-commentators to bring you home this afternoon. So Super Touring will be kicking us off here this morning, 60 minutes and a lap. The 86 challenge will be underway after that. They'll get themselves 30 minutes plus a lap. They'll get somewhere in the realm of about 12 to 15 laps out of the way in that one, depending upon safety car requirements. Super Eco will bring us home. And I tell you what, you were already watching the coverage back from yesterday, Hamish. That was too hot to handle for the first half of yesterday's action. We'll get into the afternoon's racing action, GT3 and GTM. So we'll bring you the big one first hit out immediately after lunch, a little bit warmer weather. And we'll see if Buriram and his teammate can get the job done on board that Acura NSX. For the GT3 categories, before we get into the GT4s and the GTCs, was quite tight between the GT4 guys yesterday. They'll get another opportunity before finally the grand finale of weekend number 1, as it always tends to be in that final time slot of the weekend. Super pickup with 37 trucks for 12 racing laps. Big old prospect to finish the day off.
I have to ask Scott, did you set up this this scheduling? Because I know you're a big fan of the super pickups yourself, as am I, from watching some of the racing that's happened with those. And yeah, it's an absolute ball. So we hope you can join us for the whole day. Of course, yeah, Scott said him and I are here this morning for the first few hours. We'll hand over to our colleagues Shakespeare and David Haynes later this afternoon as well. And yeah, it'll be a lot of fun for us across the day. Exciting times for Super Touring, obviously 8-6 challenge as well. I watched that Super Eco race yesterday. I'm really giddy for it. 12 laps. We could be here for one hell of a race. If you missed the action of yesterday, then even during the lunch break today, go back and watch some of the racing and see what happened across that day, because it's been an unbelievable weekend thus far for the Thailand Super Series. But Scott, I'm intrigued of how these drivers are going to plan around their race this afternoon or this morning for this Super Touring class, and how they're going to be able to push themselves throughout this race. Of course, they've got 60 minutes to maximise, strategize around their race. They've got to take that one compulsory pit stop, which is more or so where the driver change is going to come from, around that 35 to 25 minute marker, of course, with a pit window. They must be in pit lane though for at least 90 seconds. That's going to be a tough challenge for them in their own right, to get the driver change happened, get the fuel in the car, get them back out of pit lane again. It's going to be heating up, I should say, when we get through pit lane later in the race, and how that could affect this race as a whole.
I think the big thing is when I actually have a look at the list of drivers that are in this one this year, 26 entries, and the vast majority of them are now over that 2-driver combination as well. So it's not as simple as single driver combinations. In years gone by, we've seen quite a number of those. That's starting to become less and less of a thing over the years. Big note as well, we actually have 2 of them inside the top 5 in Funapat Funsub and Vongsapat Katsiri on the starting grid. They'll be rolling out a 4th and 5th spot respectively. There is about 5 or 6 individual combinations up and down the field. So challenging conditions, as it always is in Thailand. Fastest racing lap from yesterday, I think might have been Teo and Superkit in car number 72 to 55.9. I'm just going to double check my records. Yeah, that would have been the fastest racing lap yesterday. They were the only car down into the 55s. There was one combination who were into the 56s, which was the Toyota Gazoo Racing Norat and Ayrton Asdathorn. Ayrton Asdathorn, of course, coming our way from Formula 4 Southeast Asia as well, making connections through the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand outfit, getting an opportunity in there. They were the only team and combination in the 56s. So a lot of time that's actually out there and available to them. Average speed for the races yesterday, about 132 kilometers an hour. Of course, getting a lot faster than that on the run from turn 1 down to turn 3 and the biggest braking zone on the lap. And the biggest challenge is anytime you move to a new tyre combination, we've already talked about the wear and increase in that, but it's a change in the grip profile and how the car applies itself. And all it is just a little chemical composition of the rubber that's pressing itself into that road surface.
Well, that's right, and you know, there's obviously that little bit of adjustment period too. You know, they've obviously come from their previous tyre manufacturer to this newest tyre manufacturer, and learning those little nuances is you know, yes, it's easier if you have the experience in the car. If you're fresh, you know, or slightly fresh to the car, say last year was your first year in Super Touring and all of a sudden you've made a tyre change now coming into 2026, that can be quite a significant change, because that kind of changes how you look at the car, how you learn the track, and how you approach the circuit as well. And you know, for some of these drivers, it may have been an early struggle for this season, but looking ahead now to the rest of the season, they have time to work this out. They've got many, many great circuits to go to figure this out as well. And if they can situate themselves to be flexible and to be almost liquid, then they can learn it pretty quickly, and they can get used to it and they can push on. But we've got under 60 seconds to the start of this race, Scott, and for us to get underway, obviously, here at the Chang International Circuit. And these Super Tourers are ready to light up the action for us. And, you know, I'm pumped, I'm ready. This is going to be an exciting one. And for the next 60 minutes, it is going to be an intense scenario for some of those drivers out there. But we'll see how well they can handle it on board these Super Tourers.
Yep, opportunity to get ourselves ready for things now. We'll be rolling off from the starting grid in just a few moments. Here's some shots from the rear end of the cars as well. And the important part for a lot of these guys, Toyota Vios will start from front row for car number 36. Honda CRZs, Toyota Yaris's, Honda Jazzes are going to make up the bulk of the city, the scenery here for us. Also a Honda City coming from the back end of the field. I know there was a few of those last year. We're walking away from those. I'd really, really like the look of the Honda CRZs. They just definitely a little bit more of an aggressive looking race car than the Cities and the Yaris's. Punch is probably a better aero profile, you'd have to say, through the air, particularly for cars with low horsepower.
Yeah, well, that's right. And that aggressive racing look obviously can then track with a good amount of aero on the cars as well. And yeah, I mean, looking at this whole field, it's quite obviously an eclectic car choice across this whole field. Maybe from us here, we know racing in Australia, of course, but they are 1,150 kilograms in weight, 210 brake horsepower for 210 plus kilometers per hour as well. But depending on the gear ratio for the cars, though, they are able to make those selections. Drivetrains differentiate between front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive as well, but they have got manual gearboxes, sequential gearboxes, but the gear ratios are free road car derived with restrictors on the engines as well. Of course, manufacturers we know that are in the series include Toyota, Honda, and Mazda as well, but they are running that road car chassis and body shell combination. That's what makes the Super Touring a good step up from the likes of the other series that are in TSS as well, Scott. So, technically speaking, these cars obviously are kind of the big brother of the Super Ecos, but we can see here with Giddy coming in as this new tyre supplier and how this is going to change the season. We're gonna get a good determination of how this may affect these cars going forward and who's going to benefit from being able to learn these super quickly.
Well, the big thing that's worthwhile noting, Ecos compared to Touring, 120 horsepower compared to 210 horsepower. The other note I actually made was there was a little graphic in the top right-hand corner of that one, just off to the side of the rear end of the car. E20 fuel used in these race cars as well, so 20% ethanol blend. How's that for working towards our future and at least trying to be a little bit more renewable? We won't talk about the impact that the super pickups have on the environment because the racing's so much better. I like them. Look, I wouldn't give up the super touring cars. It's a personal preference. Right, here comes your starting grid. First for Amma in qualifying to Nat Nid will start alongside Ayrton Asda. Thorn was quick yesterday. Electric Gazoo Racing Thailand number 25, and Funapat for the Addict team will start alongside. He's one of the solo driver injuries. Vong Sapat is car number 33. He's the guy we're on board with at the moment. Chanik Nun is there alongside in his typical number 55. Anawat and Adapong from row number 4. Get back to row number 5. 26 of these cars to jump through. Alexander for car number 24 and the Fortron Racing team by Trinity Clegg. New KE for Winghin Motorsports 38. Chetan Chicha out of 11th in the 65 and Same Motorsport by Zeke. And Winghon for the number 9 machine. Nanthawat in 13th alongside Emmanuel Rafael Caceres. We've seen him in different categories over the last few years. Traitnet for 15th spot in car 19. And alongside of him is going to be Aki in car number 90. Ethan Ong and Thethap are going to be on row number 9. Super Kit and Sitachai off of row number 10. Outside of the 20, Mekari Kita takes a step forward in terms of her racing step-ups into the Super Touring. Verovic will start alongside Kronsek in 23rd spot. 24th spot will be Anon. And the final row of the grid will be Yotsarun from the DC Garage, number 88, and Kajon Sachs, number 57, to come from the rear of the field. He's in a Honda CRZ. Couple guys a little bit shuffled out of position up and down the field. Ladies and gentlemen, bolt yourselves in. A 2x2 formation board, I can guarantee you, is just out of picture on the right-hand side of this shot as they come towards the final corner. The final day of racing for round number 1 of the Thailand Super Series for 2026. Can you feel the thrill? We are about to fuel your thrill as they get set for the tight run out of the final corner. There was a couple question marks over race starts yesterday. Have a look at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand car looking to try and be really, really tight on that front row, on the second row. They need to wait for the lights to come on. They need to wait for the lights to go off. There was issues we thought potentially for the GT4s yesterday. As it turned out, the race start was timed perfectly by the car from the front row. It was everyone else that was left a little bit napping. Super Touring, 1 hour worth of racing, 1 lap to come at the end of that. Red lights are on for the front of the field. They're off and we are racing on the run down to turn number 1. It's going to be Amma who will try and lead us away on board car number 36, but you can be sure International Thorn is going to look for a little bit of pace. He gets to the inside. He's going to try and sweep through in the first of the Arasatives to try and take second place. Who's going to have the horses? All 210 of them as we run down the back straightaway for the first time on your Sunday of round number 1 and the run to turn number 3. Watch them fan out. Look at any opportunity they can create for themselves as they go 3 and 4 wide down to turn number 3. Who's going to pinch a break? Who's going to make sure that they wrap the apex down there as well? And don't forget that there's points on the table. You've got to make sure you keep looking to lock in points. Yesterday's winner, car 55, but don't forget last year's big title hopefuls, car 14, Passaret and Natned. They have got some work to do on lap 1 here today.
You see already they're almost going for 3 wide action down towards turn 4. Under brakes they go, tightening corner. Can they make it through nice and cleanly as one of the cars running wide down there? We saw that was a little bit further back. They find their way back on the circuit. This is one of the hot spots yesterday for some incidents in some of the lower categories, of course, but as they fight their way forward, we've still got control of the field held by Amir at this stage up in P1 and down towards turn 8. Can they hang on under brakes here into the turn 9 braking zone? You see them all darting around the circuit further down the order. There's a bit of scrambling at this stage of the race for those to try and hang on. You see there the 77 of Manuel Rafael Caceres, one of the solo drivers, trying to attack the car ahead of him at this point as well, but pressure's on early. They've still got 58 minutes left in this race and plenty of time for them to perform, plenty of time for them to make some moves, and plenty of time for them to make mistakes as well, Scott, as lap 1's about to be finished up.
That it is. Reminder to the viewers watching along maybe for the first time or joining us overall. Super Touring, compulsory pit stop. That will open at the start of the 36th minute of the race. 35 minutes on the clock. Once you see that one pop up, it would be a 10-minute window from there through the end of 26 minutes to go. So when that timer hits over to 24:59, that pit window will be closed. It's a 10-minute long window. They're all boxing each other for a little bit of space at the front at the moment. Car 36 has set 2 of the fastest sectors on lap number 1. There is yesterday's winner trying to grab some track position. They've done a good job, moved up on the car that finished second yesterday. But have a look at the Toyota Gazoo racing entry. Straight line speed, just not its biggest benefit. It's trying to get through the corners, and International Thorn was certainly leaning on the rear bumper of the number 8 machine just ahead of him, which was Athapong.
They're continuing to put the pressure on each other. And Athapong's trying to get this job done if he can. You see the Toyota crew there. They're just trying to wrap their heads around this. Why hasn't it got the straight line speed that it needs? Oh, massive moment to the right-hand side of screen then. That there is car 63 off of the road. Anawat is off of, I believe that's the exit of turn 4. So that's a big moment very early in this race, Scott, and he's going to have to try and pick up the pieces now to keep that thing going.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. That was out of P4 at the time as well, so quite high up the field. Now he's going to try and come back through from the rear end of the field. Currently, the Winghin Motorsports Vios leads the way from the Honda CRZs of Natned and Chanak Nun, who will chase in car 14 and car 55. And you can already see 14's a lot closer on lap number 2. A little bit of work to do trying to get through and survive lap number 1. Have a look at the ventilation. Right above the driver's door. The gee whiz, they're already trying to push that tyre on quite aggressively from Natned. I'm just wondering, remember we said earlier on in the piece there was an extra set of tyres that was released to drivers this weekend after they had a look at the way that the tyres were wearing. They sort of had a bit of a read around of what the opportunities were and gave themselves an extra set. So I am just considering who might have burned an extra set in race number 1 to try and have a go at some guys and who has banked that extra set for race number 2.
That's the sort of strategizing you got to do across the weekend. Up the inside goes the 14 of Natned. And now into the race lead from Amir. Can the Toyota GR continue to assault the Honda ahead of them now in the battle up towards turn 4 as they continue to fight for this as well? You can see that the 14's got good pace here, Scott, and the the GR in behind of Natned is just is just unable to hang on to the pace that Natned's car has right now. It's almost otherworldly, and it is struggling out there at the front. You can see just can't quite get it through.
I was just going to say, was that Chang when we just caught the bollard on the inside of turn 5? I think it was. I'm fairly certain it's the last car in the queue. It could have been the 36 machine, but either way, for now, it's a front 3 breakaway. They've been able to sort of go with each other and wind up those fast times from yesterday. Just taking a quick look at the results, the fastest lap of the race was car 72, 55.927. Well, for them, they're all the way down in 14th spot. Have a look at that. 59.296 has been their fastest lap of the day. Traffic being an issue for them at the moment, though. It's going to be Natned who tries to get back down the inside of Amma. He forced the hole open, and Amma was just later on the brakes. Look at the ability of the city to pull itself up at the final corner. And they're going to try and do what they can for the Winged Motorsports machine to hang on to this race lead. They will want to box on, they will want to defend, because if they can keep them bottled up in behind, there is success pit stop times to come for car 55 and car 14. After victory for 55 yesterday, an additional 15 seconds through the pit lane will also probably get a little bit of success ballast added to their car. Passer and Natned will have to serve an extra 10 seconds of their pit stop time. So if he can keep them behind himself on the run into the pit stop, that's advantage in the second half of the race.
Massive advantage into the second half. So again, big strategy plays here this morning for the Chang International Circuit. We're barely even 10 minutes into this thing, and we're getting racing like it's the final 5 laps. We can see now the 14 of Natned has just dropped back below. Channick now up into P2. It looks for the move for the race lead as well on Amir. Just continuing this fight. And the top 3 are battling super intently so early in this race. This is fantastic racing, Scott, as we've seen across the whole weekend here in Buriram. And what more could you ask for? Some great Thailand Super Series action. Many more to come throughout the day, of course, but you can see that Amir is just breaking away. Finally finds the groove on board that Toyota as well, but Chang and Natned for those Hondas are going to continue their fight. They are sending it wide. Oh, it's great to see. They are having a ball out there, and they're pushing these cars to absolute limits.
Well, you can see why the tyres are copying a fair bit of use. And don't forget, front-wheel drive cars, it's doing all your rotation, and it's doing the power delivery for these guys as well. So you can see why everything's sort of taking a fair bit of punishment. It is a road-going car with some adjustments to it. You can really see the honking big front splitter. It's just a little bit more aerodynamic, a little bit more downforce generated by that thing. But then road-going cars, big wheels on the rear end of those things. So it is generating just a touch more downforce at the rear end of the CRZs. 34 is going to be the first car to grab himself a track limits violation warning, and that is the solo driver entry of Funapat Funson for the R-Addict team, who's currently running a little bit further down in 6th spot. So he'll be the first driver to get warning. You'll see him in the background of this one. You can see him probably defending in the background of that one as well. As Honda CRZ just ahead of the Yaris, trying to hang on to 6th spot. That's a little bit of a puff of smoke. That makes me question mark whether there's some tyres. Well, a little bit of room for Amma, and all of a sudden he started to bolt down the road. So whether or not these two fighting over P2 have all of a sudden just burnt off their tyres just a little bit 9 minutes into this race. They're certainly throwing it at each other, and you would expect nothing different from Chang and Natned. Over the last couple of seasons, by the way, Hamish, these two have probably been the front runners for a long period of time. It's just about every time we come to Buriram, they're throwing it at each other, and again, throwing it to the inside goes the 55 machine of Chang.
You know, I'm not surprised, Scott. I mean, the way that these guys are battling, the fact they're able to battle so close, so high up the order, and continuing the pressure on each other. The issue is, the more they do battle, the more they're going to start to drag those cars back up onto the rear of them for Kuntong and for Ketsiri as well. They'll be hoping just to chase down the next two cars ahead of them, obviously, in that battle of P2 and P3. But if they can continue to throw these cars around like this, continue to battle like this, P4 and P5 are going to be right on them. They're going to battle them for position hard, but it's going to be a Honda showcase as the 55 has gotten themselves a penalty, it seems, out of P3. So that's not what they'll be hoping for. They've been trying to fight for podium position, but penalty's not going to help him here, Scott.
No, and that's only warnings for now. So at least for now, there is a little bit of leeway. But the problem will be is Chang has burned all of those. You know, I had somebody talk to me about it just recently. A really, really good friend of mine, I got to do some racing alongside of in the sim, and he said they're go fast tickets. You're allowed to use a few of them up, but once you've burned all your tickets, well, you're out. After that, you start paying in penalties. You can penalties like cash. You get a few tickets to the show, you get to use them up. After that, you have to start paying.
That's right. That's exactly right. It's a good one. It's a good analogy, but what we're also seeing is just some. I'm gobsmacked by how unbelievable the racing is, and this is why racing around the world should be showcased. And you know, we can obviously see that GR, which was struggling for some straight line pace earlier on, just trying to find their groove back again and push their way back up the order once more.
Well, I do wonder, because remember they finished 4th place yesterday for Noah at Net and As the Thorn. As the Thorn's gonna start the first half of today, and then he'll hand on over to teammate Noah Rat as well. The big thing for those guys is, if you think about it, perhaps they burned their rubber yesterday to get a little bit of track position, so they might be struggling. Maybe they're not as quick in a straight line because they just can't get off the corners. Worthwhile pointing out, they're in the naturally aspirated Honda City, so they've got no turbo on board, and technically they won the Touring naturally aspirated class yesterday. So there is a little bit of back and forth about, you know, naturally aspirated versus turbocharged cars. The 55, 14, and 72s were all turbocharged cars within this category. So that's why you can see, obviously, a little bit of speed coming out of those guys. And again, just As the Thorn getting muscled wide at the final corner. Indeed, going 3 wide at the final corner. And you can see, when he was able to open that corner up a little bit better, got off the corner better. And then the turbo starts to spool up. And on a little old engine, a little bit of turbocharged assistance will certainly help out massively. Look at the drive through the corner. Actually, it's the opposite. It's absolutely opposite. As the Thorn has got speed through the corners, but it's the straight lines where he is struggling. So I revert that. Maybe they have got fresh rubber for today.
Yeah, maybe it's the case of he's getting the drive through those corners, you know, thanks to that turbo just spooling up nicely. But once he hits the straights, big lock up. Big lock up into turn 3. Somehow he's made the move and gotten it through in a great pass. He's great in the corners, Scott. The car's able to go for it. Watch on the outside. Here comes Funfat in P6. Gets it round. He doesn't have the straight line speed.
No, he's got no hope. Watch the 18 machine. Here comes the non who's going to have a crack at him.
It's like the turbo spools as he goes through corners, and then as soon as it builds up the boost, it's got no power. It's just struggling out there, and I'm sure that team's trying to figure out what the issue is and why it's having this issue. Unless there's the only thing I can think of is there maybe a leak or something in the turbo that's just stopping it from spooling properly and getting proper boost.
No. As the Thorn's naturally aspirated. That's the difference. Yeah, he's one of the few.
Okay. Well, that's why then. I'm just talking. That might solve a few problems. Yeah, that might solve a few problems. I was looking at the wrong classification. You'll have to excuse me. It's first time being able to call Thailand Super Series. Having a ball though. Oh, but the driver of that 19 entry, that is a flat. They're not having a good. They're not having a good time out there at this stage. That was Natanen back in the 19 car, but yeah, he has it in the corners. So we'll rewind. We'll redo what I said. All the other cars have got great turbo spool because they've got turbos. The naturally aspirated GR, he doesn't have the power down the straights, doesn't have it out of the corners. Through the corners, it's great because it's just able to keep the revs up. But those turbo cars are just struggling. They're lagging through the corners. But as soon as they hit the straightaways, they've got unbelievable speed in them. So it's great back and forth is what it is. And what it means is those two types of cars can have an equalised battle here at Buriram, but there'll be other tracks that will suit one, and there'll be other tracks that suit the other as well. But it's a great back and forth between them.
Yeah, for now, and you can certainly see the time and the speed that's coming the way of It's as the thorn through the corners at the moment. Work to do for him in straight line capacity as once again Pat's going to absolutely have a go at him around the outside. The big thing you look at as the thorn, he's happy with the car on the slide. He's happy with the car on the brakes as well. Slices. There was just the size of a Honda City to slide down. Sorry, my apologies. A Toyota City to slide down the inside there. And he absolutely parked it up. He arrowed across the nose. I think that's the number 8 machine that's just in behind. Absolutely arrowed. My apologies, it's 67 machine. It is the 57 control the sack back there. Arrowed it across the room, gave him no room, took the line away, dived it in on the brakes. That's supreme. That was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, fantastic little move. All slight lock up there as well from the, I believe that's the, yeah, it is the 57. So he's just locked that brake through that corner, and that might give an opportunity to the Honda Jazz in behind. I don't think he's going to quite get close enough. No, he's not. He looks feisty though back there as they battle away. Interesting point for yesterday, Scott, speaking of the turbo versus NA debate. Yesterday's results, a lot more of the naturally aspirated cars within the top half of the field than there currently is in this race today. The turbos seem to actually have the benefit in today's race comparatively to the naturally aspirated entries out there as well.
Could be a little bit of morning coolness, although you can absolutely see the heat reflecting up off the track at the moment. Look at the distortion from the heat in the background of this one. So it could be something to do with feeding oxygen into those engines reliably and efficiently. Is there a little bit of damage to that rear wing structure on, I thought, potentially car 34? It looked like it was fractionally out of whack, and that was definitely car 55 dropping off the rear end. The number 14. But the big thing is, our racer is actually one of those naturally aspirated cars as well. And as soon as he's gotten clear and not been fighting people through the corners, he's been able to just sort of pull away. So absolutely able to carry that speed for the Toyota Vios that leads the way at the moment. And again, I get the feeling, Nat behind the wheel as well, one of our female drivers in the field, will absolutely try and have a go. Mixes up the guys like you would not believe. One of the better female drivers in the country at the moment.
She's driving exceptionally well, but she's getting pressurized a lot here by Chanaknan in behind her. And, you know, Natned doing this first stint, you know, maybe it's strategic. Maybe she just wanted to start the race today, and they've thought, well, we'll get her out there, but you know, their battle is still heating up there. I look back to the issue that I mentioned earlier, though, Scott, of the more that those two cars battle, the more time they're giving to the race leader, Amir, and the more time they're giving to the cars in behind them. They're probably actually quite lucky that they have still managed to break away from the chasing cars of Vongsapat and Athapong as well. But yeah, for Natned and Chanaknan, they're continuing this fight, and it is a great battle for P2. Unfortunately for them, though, Amir has broken away out to 3.2 seconds, nearly 3.3 seconds now into the race lead after the first 19 minutes of this race.
Yeah, we're rapidly closing in on that pit stop as well. So worthwhile thinking about the background. Generally considered to be the faster driver of each of these pairings starts the Sunday race. Does qualifying 2 starts the Sunday race is generally the way that things get laid out. So they get to bring it home in race number 1, and then in race number 2, they've got to do all the setup work. As we run down to the middle sector. At this point in time, Natned started to control this little battle pack for P2. They lost about 0.2 of a second on the previous lap to our race leader, but they were 0.5 of a second quicker through the first sector time. So you can see they look marginally closer. And they run into turn 4 and turn 5, and there is actually a warning for Natned at the moment. On board car number 14 for track limits violations. 55's got back ahead. That happened through 6-7 combination. Run into turn 8 at the moment. They'll carry some more speed, and that is the 55 machine. Well, she's just been given a warning about track limits, and that's again pushing the margins for Natned. Chanaknan is going to take that opportunity to step through and make some time up. Massively quicker was car 55 through the middle sector, so definitely half a second quicker. It was a mistake from from Natned. Chanaknan's been able to make all the difference. They'll come through the start-finish line. The other warning is for Chetan Chicha deeper in the field in the Turbo Touring class at the moment. 11th place for those guys, all the way down in 16th overall. That says there's only 5 naturally aspirated machines ahead of them. They run 1st, 6th, 12th, 13th, and 14th at the moment. My word, that is all of the drivers that have currently got a warning for track limits. Run through them all there for me, Hamish.
Car, the 14, the 33, 34, 38, 39, 45, 55, 65, and then the 90. And yeah, probably the most apparent one on that list is, well, both apparent ones, is this these 2 cars in P2 and P3, Natanid and Chanaknan. They both have warnings for track limits or for extending the track limits. So both of them have to try and keep it between the white lines as best they can. What they might do is it's going to tighten up the battle a little bit. It means they can't push quite as hard as they were because they don't want to be ending up on the blue AstroTurf or past the white lines. But both fighting for it hard at the moment for P2, which is great to see. We're only a third of the way through this race, and the amount of great battles we've already seen up and down the field have been absolutely fantastic. You can see the breakaway for Vongsapat and P4 from Anthapong back out there as well. Reminder to all drivers, that is the race control warning to all drivers. And I suppose what maybe some of the questions can be asked from some of the drivers, Scott, is based on how many of them have extended them. The question might be, what is track limits? If we're not quite sure, you know?
Well, at the moment there is this boxing battle going on between Chanaknan and Natanid, as Natanid's managed to come out on top of the middle sector on the current lap 10. Cover to the final corner, might need to cover as well because the 55 machine is a mile up the inside, fails to pull it up. That I reckon is going to be a 5-second time penalty because that is outside of the track boundaries, and still outside of the track boundaries. There is finally 2 tyres inside a white line on the run to the turn of the 1. 14 was just a touch quicker in a straight line, but it's going to be car 55 and Chanaknan who manages that will definitely be a track limits violation. There is no way that Natanid is breaching track limits and effectively waving them in the face of the officials and not picking up a time penalty at this point in time. I expect that one to be coming very, very shortly, and I expect it to be a 5-second time penalty.
Maybe an example made of
Yeah.
of Natanid after that, because that's twice in a row, literally in the span of 2 corners, that she has overextended the track limits to. One was obviously running down the straight for an extended period of time, not trying to get back on the track limits, and then just an egregious wide run out of turn 1, it must be said, almost into the next suburb. So, yeah, I agree with you, Scott. I think a penalty is coming the way of Natanid, and ultimately that battle will then be null and void because Chanaknan would easily get past on the timesheets post-race, even if they finish directly behind them. We see hot battle happening further down the order once again. A couple of these wise entries starting to work together as well. It's great to see. Oh, massive send in there. The car 3rd in line. That's the 72 in this pack of cars. That is Super Kit battling away with Wong and Anon. And then they've got Shannon Chika in behind them as well. This is a hot and tight battle for back to P14 or even up to P13 at this stage now, Scott, as they've gotten past. So we've got fighting all throughout the field. And if you could be a spectator today, well, it'll be a bit of a sweaty day here in the Buriram region of Thailand, of course, but you'll be getting some hot racing action as well on the circuit. So where else would you want to be but at the Chang International Circuit this weekend? And we know what's coming up, Scott, some great racing. We're already getting great racing now as the 66, the 38 battle away. This is Nanthawat and Ninkai battle for this position as well. And it's fantastic racing. We need to see more of this racing out of the Southeastern Asian area because there's some great drivers out there, fantastic talents, and some really cool racing categories on offer as these battles have been commencing all race.
Yeah. And just flicked a quick message off to the race director over there, just trying to tell him how's it going, trying to get the kids to play within the lines. And yeah, I don't think the response is going to come back all that positive as well at this stage. That wing is definitely looking a fraction offset towards the body of that car 34, isn't it? It's not just my eyes deceiving it.
Yeah, it's not looking completely on the straight and narrow. Is that rear wing? So there could be some some issues, obviously, with some straight line speed, but also as well with grip through the corners too. And it may be something that the team looks at when they come in for that pit stop. Of course, remembering that they have to get out of pit lane or out of their pit box, within 90 seconds. So they're going to have to really start to plan that. The pit window is open for those drivers. The next 10 minutes, they can come through pit lane to make the driver change, get the cars ready for the next run home. But yeah, there may either be some adjustments in pit lane here, Scott, for some drivers, or just checking it, making sure it's okay, deciding, can we maybe put some 100-mile-an-hour tape on it, get it fixed up, and push on for the rest of this one. We're about 5 minutes away from halfway in this race, and we could see a few drivers just slot straight into pit road. And interesting to see which one of those drivers is going to jump first.
Yeah, here comes our race leader. He will continue on past the pit lane entry. Actually, there's been a change of position. Car 55, all of a sudden, Chang Nun has actually run down, and that's actually going to be the first of the drivers into pit lane. As Natned dives in, we'll be handing on over to Passerit. Great job from the female competitor at the front end of the field. Apologies to fans watching along at home at the moment. We're having some issues with sound on a couple of the feeds. We are going to continue to try and get you guys the best feed we can. And that is going to change moment by moment. So a couple lines out from Thailand directly to us. We're trying to utilize everyone available to us to get you guys the best pictures at home. And a word come back actually from the race director of kids not wanting to play within the lines today. There are multiple cars out there on final warnings, 12 of them with black and white flags for limits. But the one thing that he did actually say as well is the black and white flag isn't a final warning before you get a penalty. It is sort of a, hey, you're starting to venture beyond the track limits, and then I believe the next one that gets them a final warning. And after that, it's straight into time penalties.
Well, to be honest with Natned, she had done it twice in a row. So would you maybe then think, Scott, well, she gets a warning for the first one and then a penalty for the second?
Well, the thing... Yeah, it was twice back-to-back in a row as well. And the problem will be is you cannot issue a penalty to somebody who doesn't even know they're on a warning. So they definitely need to be told and given the black and white flag to say, hey, you've now been warned. You are on your final limits. And here comes the final warnings for cars 39, 45, and 90. So that is a little bit deeper in the field. Or Mekari Kita in the 39 machine. Verovic, Wongson, Singnan. As well, Kahneman 90 is the furthest up it is Aki at the moment, running around in 9th place. Of course, everyone impacted by pit stop cycles at this point in time. Car 36 in pit lane. Yeah, they'll be having a look at crossing those white lines on the pit lane entry. On the outside of them won't be too bad, because there is a little bit of runoff, and that's there for safety and whatnot. Obviously, they don't want you exceeding it and gaining massive advantages, but they will take half a look at it.
Indeed, and just make sure that everything is all correct. So you can see pit stop for the 36. They'll get it up on the jacks, and obviously important thing to remember here as well that it's just like regular touring cars or even production car racing as well. They haven't got a singular lug nut on those rims. They've got to get all 5 or 6 lug nuts off the cars with a single gun. They one person either side to get the tires changed, although they're only changing it appears to be the front tyres of some of these cars here. Scott, knowing that they have the 3 sets available to them. So a bit of strategy in this across the weekend to try and maximise your pit runs and your pit stops as well. But we'll see how well this plays out as the 14's finally back out of pit lane and onto the racing circuit once more. The 9, you can see them discussing with the engineer, trying to feel with the other driver, and getting everything sorted, get them back into the car and racing once again with these driver changes. But it's great to see a little bit of a duos race for an hour-long event here, of course, for Super Touring. Scott, and seeing these driver changes gives you almost a little taste of endurance racing from around the world, where there are other cars and other race types out there that go racing with multiple drivers in the cars, and they've got to try and get them in as quickly or in and out as quickly as possible. But see here, these guys are all trying to work for their best possible. They don't have an air jack on that thing. They've got to use manpower to get it up. But it's pretty interesting. I think pit lane is often one of the most interesting places to watch in a race weekend. And if you ever have a chance to sit in a pit box for a weekend for a race, it's a very interesting place in how it all works and how swiftly and how tight of a liquid machine the team needs to be to get these cars back out on circuit as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, and just how organised it's going to be, and then how the officials going to do it. There's more black and white flags in the background. Again, race control attempting to let the teams know, stay within the track boundaries. Those white lines are painted on the circuit for a reason. It's not there to take grip away from the drivers. No, that's not the intent of them. The intent of them is to tell the drivers the track goes this way. You need to stay within that. I think this has been the element of the expansion of racing the world over, whereby curbs just extend track limits and track boundaries. You know what works for Formula One? Gravel traps on the backside of the curbs. That's not viable for us here. We need room for the number of cars to go side by side through a lot of the turns and run beyond the track extremities for a safety purpose. But we've got to challenge them to stay within the track boundaries. It's a regular and ongoing issue that we have to deal with here in Thailand Super Series, and something the officials are always doing their best. Again, apologies for the feed coming through at the moment. We are working with our service provider to get you the best feed that we possibly can. At this stage, it looks like multiple of our feeds might have actually dropped out. So we might be going radio style with this lovely shot of the pit lane from the Chang International Circuit in the background. Can confirm car 66 is under investigation for the pit lane entry line at this point in time. And the pit window will close in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
There's a few cars that still need to come down pit lane. The top 5 cars are yet to come down pit road. A few cars obviously hit their time and their marker in pit lane as best they could throughout that pit stop as well. But it should mean that when the top 5 do come out of pit lane, the 24, which is currently in pit lane, is won't take the race lead. But I believe the 36 will be the corrected race leader after these next pit stops here, Scott. So the 14 has re-lost the race lead to that 36, which now would have had the driver chains with Nabil at the helm, and then Passerit at the helm of the 14. So yeah, that 36 car should be in the race lead by the time these pit stops are concluded for the current top 10 cars on the road.
Yeah, so we're just waiting at the moment for pit stops to finalise. There's car 25 and the International Thorn and Nora Rat naturally aspirated machine. They will jump in and get their pit stop service. They're within a few seconds of our race leader when they came in for the pit stop, so they will well and truly jump them at that point in time. Car 72 in. Superkit had to come from the rear end of the field. A lot of work to do on board car 72 after its third place in yesterday's race. And they were about 20 seconds, 18 seconds back from race leaders yesterday. So already a fair bit of gains made and some communications between the drivers being passed on. That's an acrobatic entry to a car. He
is ready, willing and able to get out on this circuit. He's been waiting for his chance all morning, and he's getting out there as soon as he can. The 45 exits pit lane as well. There is the 14 out of pit lane now. Oh no, that's the 77, sorry. So that's actually the teammate of the 14 car that was battling for the race lead earlier on. That is Manuel Rafael Caceres, one of the solo drivers in the field out there. He's got on board that 77, so he doesn't have to do a driver change. He may be one of the more tired drivers at the end of this race, knowing he's having to do the full 60-minute plus 1 lap stint. There is Chanikman and Piranat's car into pit lane, so they were of course battling away the top position in this one as well, so we wait for them to exit pit road and see where they end up.
Manuel Rafael Caceres has competed in this series a bunch of times over the last couple of years. Oh yeah! Is that a flat right rear for car 57? It certainly shed a whole big chunk of debris. Yeah, there's tyre rubbing. Absolutely rubbing on the rear end of that car, and he is losing massive amounts of speed at every single corner. That tyre is off. Absolutely not sitting right on that car. At this point in time, that's definitely a guard rub. Definitely a guard rub at the moment.
It'll have to come a bit like you can see the car. The car's slightly angled, Scott, as well, to one side. So there's definitely something wrong, whether it's the tyre or even if I wouldn't say the suspension is collapsed because it's still driving. But yeah, unless this is an exhaust issue, maybe. But you can see there, the blinker's on, but he hasn't come down pit lane. But obviously feel it's okay. There's the 24 Honda Jazz in behind as well.
new fastest lap of the race goes the way of car number 14. Passer just did a 56.5, so speed being found at this point. Look, that is a tyre. Did you see another chunk just fly off it then?
Yeah,
It's
I did.
100% a tyre.
Yep. And I wonder, based on how the car is leaning down the straight.
Worse.
Yeah, it's even worse. It is even worse. It's that right rear is not happy right now, and the 57 Honda might have to come down pit lane the next time by, because this car's not going to make the end of the race. You can see the plume of smoke from underneath the car there.
Okay, if that's underneath the car, you might be wrong. Actually, we might be wrong on that one. If it's come from where it's coming from, it looks like the back of an engine. See how far forward it is?
There it goes. Around it goes. Oh my god. So it could either be the engine, it could be transmission, it could be any of those things that are underneath the car that have just started to throw a plume of smoke out the back of it. This may bring the safety car out, because because there's debris on the road. This will probably cut away, I would say, at least 5 to 10 minutes of this race under safety car conditions. We'll watch the replay here. So it goes over the curb, and we already saw a slight plume coming out the back of this thing. So I wonder if the curb strike has also made it a little bit worse. Bit too much speed in towards turn 5. Round it goes, front end's off, and there goes the big plume out the back of it. That's definitely come out of the exhaust. So I think there's something wrong with that engine.
Cars do not go around like that without oil.
No. So I wonder if it's been dropping fluids the last few laps, and he's just caught a little puddle that he's dropped. You can see there, it's on the road. But yeah, that is a sorry sight for that team, and a sorry sight for that car to lose its front end and be out of this race. Pretty much will be out of it at this point. But I wonder if it's either gearbox related, or if it's actually maybe sump related, that it's been just dripping oil around this circuit, and it's just lost traction off of that as well. It could be. Well, you see that he hooked the curb. He actually caught that curb, which hasn't helped in that stage as well. A bit of heartbreak there, obviously, for the 55. They were battling for a top flight position amongst this as well, and that's well and truly taken them down the order now after that spin.
Just watching the rest of the field come through there wasn't as many issues as I expected there to be. Because if there was oil on that surface, you'd expect somebody else to fire into that. Oi!
Yeah, that is not a healthy Honda into pit lane. But from looking at that replay, Scott, it looked like he actually caught the curb, and as the front of the car went up, it just underweighted, went round. The 55's tried to slow up, knowing that it's spinning, and that Honda Jazz that's come through has made some contact, and around it's gone. So, yeah, not the way that they wanted their race to go. This will take a few minutes to get the track cleared, car off the road as well, and that the safety car's out there. So we'll probably get back to green flag racing. We'll probably have about 15 to 10 minutes left of good green flag running to the very end.
The first problem is trying to get the field so spread and so scattered around the track. It's actually going to take a fair while to get them grouped up. But provided they're slow enough through that sector, Marshall's going to start getting out there and pulling away some of the distributed detritus across the circuit. And race will be neutralised. We're going to have about 19 cars or 20 cars left or so back on the lead lap and competing for outright position. That is our front group, and that's car 25 that's back into this lead battle again. This actually might present an opportunity for Superkit and Tayo to gain. Remember, they had to come through from the rear end of the field in car 72. They sit 7th on the road at the moment, but they're going to be back in amongst this lead bunch. Anyone who's saved tyres for the back half of race number 2 is going to be in a massively beneficial position after that one.
Yeah, it'd be actually one thing that maybe we could find out in the future is if teams actually leave their tyres and stop. That'd be a helpful piece of information, obviously, because then we can make proper determination of, who has the better grip out there, who's going to benefit from the field being condensed back together again. You can see the heartbreak in pit lane of that team, and understandably so. The hard work that was done in that first stint, and unfortunately for them, it's all for nothing. So that's racing, though. Racing brings heartbreak, it brings elation, but you know what they would have wanted out of today's race here at Chang International Circuit. It's it's a wondrous place to go racing, Scott, and obviously we're both commentators with sim racing backgrounds as well. This is one that I would love to see in a sim racing space, and to seeing all these drivers racing around here, having so much fun today, I want to get out there. I want to have a go. It's a phenomenal circuit. It looks fantastic. Can you imagine just get yourself in, an iRacing official, getting a GR86 out there? Well, we're going to get a taste for it in the next race coming up after this one here for the Super Tourers.
Yeah, and super, a lot of opportunity throughout the morning's coverage as well. Might get an opportunity to revisit that event program for the day as well, but it is Super Touring followed by the Toyota 86s and Super Ecos. So 3 of the smaller categories here this morning to at least give us some coverage to talk about front half of the day. Fans in the stands getting their opportunity to have a wave and a bit of enjoyment of themselves. Yeah, they've found the camera.
I wonder if they're on their, of a retirement age, of course. I wonder if they're on a holiday or if they're based out of Thailand and they've come down to the Buriram area for today's race as well. But it just looks to be a fun place to be today, Scott, doesn't it? And what I would give to be at a circuit like this, it is unbelievable place to go racing. And this is what gives us the understanding that you should support your local racing, support your local series, whether it's on a national or a state level. Get out there and enjoy some racing, because there is some fantastic competition at the lower levels, at the grassroots, that you may be missing because you think that, I only want to watch the international racing, or I only want to watch the top level. The lower level stuff, they've got great racing as well.
Well, I can tell you, my parents are actually off running a motorcycling event this weekend, actually in my hometown. So that's where I grew up. So Mum actually said to me when they first started doing this, they're racing motorcycles on a go-kart track, effectively. Mum said to me probably about 6-7 years ago now, gee, I wish this was around when you were a kid, because you would have been really, really good at it. And we're trying to actually get my race bike back together so I can go at least cut some laps. It'll be in a recreational class. I won't actually be racing. But, the whole joy of it is getting to get out there and floor something that, and really throw it around. New regulations actually have come in for required belly pans on the bikes that we actually have. So that's something that we've got to try and work around.
Well, I think, grassroots racing has obviously come a long way within Australia, of course, where we're based. And then the grassroots level has grown so much for not only kids to get involved as well through multiple racing forms, or even, being really inclusive, getting girls racing as well, and as well as boys, obviously. And, I have, quite a close relationship to that, of watching my youngest cousin on one side of my family go from a grassroots level of female enduro bike racing to being a Victorian state champion multiple times over in her category. So, yeah, it's support grassroots racing wherever you are, whether in Australia or in Thailand. But green flag running, back to go, and we have got on the clock 16:47 and counting on.
Might be wrong.
This clock. Oh no, okay. We're still safety car. Okay, yes, absolutely, just giving us the hope that we're going to go back to green flag running. But I think they're actually chasing down the field. So
yeah, they are.
Yeah, 5 second penalty for crossing the pit lane, a pit entry line to car 66 as well. That's for the Banfot and Nathawat entries. There is the 24 getting towed back to pit lane. A sad end to their day, of course. We would assume it won't be too far away from a green flag restart here out at Chang. So safety car will be in. I feel like I picked it pretty perfectly here, Scott. We're going to have roughly 15 minutes to go. So we got this done fairly swiftly, about 5 minutes. 15 minutes on the clock when we get back to the start-finish strike, and we'll be racing once more here at the Chang International Circuit. And, well, it's already been a fantastic race. And often at times we find it, Scott, that in a longer form race like this, 60 minutes, we could be racing for 30 to 40 minutes or so. There'll be a late safety car, and all of a sudden it feels like the last 3/4 of the race have been for nothing, and it's all going to come down to a sprint to the end. And that can sometimes just be the case in some of these lower tier forms of racing in terms of the grassroots level.
And I don't care if it's a small sprint to the race and
I'm,
some of the people
I'm
that
not.
had that gap.
I don't care. I think that's great because the whole field's back together again. We re-rack them, we restack them, and we reset, and we push on to the checkered flag, and it gives everyone a chance to fight for something once more. They weren't just in their own little battles they were having. They've now got the whole field around them to fight, whether it's a top 10, a top 15, or even a top 5, a podium or a race win. You could argue anyone has a chance now because any piece of controversy can come our way in this next green flag run.
Really interesting stat. We were talking about the lack of NA machines up towards the pointy end of this field.
They've all
just
moved.
take a quick look at the timing machine.
Yep.
Leader, P3, P4, P8, P9, all the top 5 naturally aspirated machines. So that's 5 inside the top 10. So the top 10 is 50-50.
Yep, it is. It's kind of flip-flop now from being a heavy turbo top 10 to now being that 50-50 switch between or perfectly balanced between the both of them within that top 10 as well. Within the top 10 right now, only 2 different nationalities represented as well, of course, Thailand and then Malaysia. We've got none of our Filipino or the Japanese drivers within the top 10. They are down the order and outside the top 15, unfortunately, but Malaysia leading the way for Nabil on board that 36 Toyota. The leading NA car as well. The leading turbo car is Passerit in that 14 Honda out of P2. So green flag reset once again at Chang International Circuit. And it is full firing racing for 14 more minutes. We will go. And they're running down towards turn 3 in the braking zone. The 36 is leading the way right now under this reset, re-racked, restacked, however you want to put it, portion of the race. Well, what I'm telling you is the whole field's together, which means we're getting some great racing to the very end. We apologize. We are having some feed issues still. Our producer in the background is working to get this sorted for you. But what we know is, Scott, looking at the track map that we're watching right now on the timing sheet, there has now been a change for the lead. Passerit is into the race lead on board that 14. The 36 in Nabil has now dropped back to P2.
Yeah, so work to do at the front end of things, but that does mean that for car 14 who finished second yesterday, a lot of opportunity to, again, continue banking points as the weekend continues. And those results will be huge for those guys. The big thing, again, will be car 72 and them cutting back their way back through the field, as car 55 as well will also have some work to do. Finnerat and Chanak Noon have fallen all the way down to 11th spot at the moment, and they've just actually made an overtake as they crossed the timing line to 10th spot. They moved themselves back into that one. Car 36, like you mentioned, drops down to second place. Norat Nairton as the Thorn heads over to Norat now for the second half of the race. They've managed to hang on to P3. P4, Vongsapat Katsiri in car 33 has managed to make a spot in car 38, which is one of the naturally aspirated cars, has lost a spot, slid down to 5th spot. Currently receiving a warning as well for car number 45, under investigation for pit stop procedure. That may be related to the number of people around the cruise. If that was a pit stop time infringement, we'd be getting a different message on that one. So that is definitely related to something they did at the pit stop. All of them now coming across the start-finish line to finish their 21st lap. There is 0.4 of a second in the gap for the race lead. There is 0.3 of a second in the gap for P2. Now we're starting to get some more racing. This looks like this section of the feed's actually gone back. Yeah,
it's gone back.
This is a replay.
This is a replay from what brought out that safety car that we saw. This was of the 57. Watch here, Scott, as he comes around the corner. Just hops that curb slightly. Rear end goes round. And, just a messy moment. And unfortunate for that Honda Jazz that's been taken out of the race here today as well. But yeah, we appreciate everyone sticking with us today through some of our issues with the feed that we're getting. So the feed's actually gone back, though, to where it was on the safety car. Now it's to replay again. Oh, here we go. So watch this. There we go. Back to live. 11 minutes just under to go in this race. Passerit into the race lead. Nabil, Nararat, Vongsapat, and Hiwan Zhan back in P5. Athapong, Teo, Firanat, Punapat, and Nick Teo back for the top 10 at this stage of the race as well, Scott. With 10 minutes of racing left to go, it is a tight battle for the race lead. It's roughly 0.4 of a second is the gap between P1 and P2 as they fight away. And it's a further 1.1 seconds back to, or further 0.7 of a second, sorry, back to P3.
The top 10 covered
well.
by about 7.5 seconds.
Yeah,
as you were pointing out. So it'll be 8 seconds probably at the tail end of this lap. So as we start to run out of time left to go, and lap time is out and around that 2-minute marker, means that we're probably going to have 5 plus laps, so 6 laps-ish left to go as moves in and around that top 5 get thrown. They are absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at each other. At the moment, you know what? We might get 7 laps left in. It's going to be very, very close. At this point in time, it is Norarat hanging on to things from Bongsapat, and now the 38 machine with Hiwan Chan trying to throw the move out. And again, look at the use and abuse of track limits. I guarantee you the stewards are a moment away from issuing penalties for certain. I haven't seen car 25 on that feed of black and white flags that have come through, so they'll get a little bit of leeway. But everybody else that's up and around that lead group is certainly looking at infringements. There was a 5-second time penalty issued to car 66. Down the inside goes the 33 machine, and now the response will be from Hiwan Jan in 38. And that black machine is trying to make the response as well. The Winghin Motorsports machine will pull alongside. Car 33 will attempt for Vongsapat Katsiri and Nodomitsu Racing Team Thailand to get back down the inside at turn 4. Bravery will be required for the 38 machine, and Bravery is there in phase.
Just trying to get yourself to a top level position. Bravery, tenacity will all get you the benefits of racing here at Chang International Circuit. There we see the timings outdated with Hiwan Jan on P4, with Norarat into P3 as well. And Vongsapat has been dropped back down to P5. I noticed as well, off the turn 1, I saw a little bit of hand movement from Norarat on board that GR in P3. There might have been some frustration with the 33 of Vongsapat in behind them off of turn 1, but they've sorted themselves out and managed to continue this racing at this stage as well. It is Passerit leading the way to Nabil with 8 minutes left on the clock here at Chang International Circuit for the Super Tourer class. You see their best times at the moment. It was a 1:56.533 for the race leader. That is their best lap time of the race. Next closest time, 1:56.997. That is back from Firinat in P7 in the 55 entry as well. So the Hondas have got the time benefit at this stage. Nabildo's got some good pace as well. There is how many laps they've completed. 23 for the majority of the field. Some drivers only managed to do 22, so they have actually got a lap down at some point here today as well. It's been a long one. It's been a tough one for those drivers out there. There's a little bit of shade starting to form. You see the lock up from the 25 of Norarat as they continue to try and push this thing onto a podium, but Hiwan Jan in that hatchback Yaris in behind, hoping to put some pressure on the GR in ahead of them and try and steal that podium from them here, Scott.
Yep. And I think at the moment too for him, now that he's cleared Vongsapat won't necessarily been able to go with him. So showing some nice speed. Again, the difference between the City and the Yaris is that length in the wheelbase. Have a look at just how much more nimble 38 machine is as it makes its way through 6 and 7. The run down to turn number 8 now. Later on the brakes, and Norarat's giving it just about everything at this point in time. In terms of last lap times, Norarat was in the 58-59 flat for hit 1. Trying to create some speed. The race leader should be able to just step away a little bit. Got the margin up to 1.1 seconds at the start of the last lap.
I mentioned
those. An eye on. Car 72, I think, started to lose a few positions. He was up inside, deep inside the top 10.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's just struggling to keep their race going as best they can. I was mentioning those lap times previously. 2 laps in a row now. Nabil's actually gone into the 56s. It was a 56.7 the previous lap by. This lap by, it was a 56.8. So Nabil's got some good pace on board that 36 car, trying to chase down the race leader in Passerit in the 14. And we know that Hiwan Jan is putting the pressure on Norarat in P3. The turret has become good though late in this race. There was hardly any of them up near the front end earlier on in the race, and now, thanks to a little bit of safety car intervention, some good strategy in pit lane, they managed to find themselves up the order and battling for podiums as Nabil is on the heels of the 14. More warnings coming for the 66, the 91, and the 6 car as well. And I don't believe none of those cars are inside of the top 10, so there's some drivers further down the order trying to overextend as best they can, I suppose. But Pastor's got to get a move on here. Scotty's got 5 minutes, and it's only a 2/10 gap, and Nabil has been chasing them down over the last few laps, and now they're going to start to put the pressure on them in the final 5 minutes here at Chang International Raceway.
This is exactly what we want. This is what we want for these guys going toe-to-toe. We certainly want to start seeing... Oh, that is a massive wreck. And they're looking at the front end of it with the fire extinguishers as well. And that tells you there's a fair bit of smoke underneath that bonnet. I think it might be the brakes that are smoking. Car 91, and behind the wheel was Corn Palm at the moment from that one. And I'm just taking a quick look as well. They were run by PT Max Netron and YSBRD next up this weekend. That, depending on how hard that's hit the barrier, you would assume it's hit the barrier, there might actually be a potential for this one to finish under safety car. At the moment, they're going to come out of that final corner and go for it. And the margin closed. The margin closed not on that lap. It started to open up back once again. Out of the car and walking away from the scene of the crime. But it's hit the barrier right there.
If that's... Well, so race control's got a decision here. It's going to depend on the positioning of the car. So they've got a local yellow at turn 6. That's where the car's actually gone off. But the race director will have to make a choice now whether the safety car has to come out or if it's in what they may determine as a safe area for that car to remain for the final 3.5 minutes and just keep the local yellows through turn 6. That's the way of them of making sure cars are not pushing too hard through that section of circuit, whilst keeping the race under green flag, and they'll do their best to try and get this green flag if they can. Scott, no, looking at it now, we've not really seen or heard anything about a safety car coming out. I think they're going to keep it as I think they're going to keep it as a local yellow for turn 6, just based on how much runoff there is down there. That it might be a lower percentile that we actually get a car through. Yeah, green flag. Yep. So I wonder if they're either going to leave it there or they're going to try and pull it off if there's an escape route. So you can see it in the background, them working on it actually in the camera shot. So it means that the battle for the race lead is going to continue on, as is the battle for P3, as Hewan Zhan has now gotten past Nawarat for P3. That Toyota hatchback has zoomed by the Yaris, and they've got some wicked pace on board that car. There is for the lead. Passaret has dropped to Nabil for this race lead battle. Has Passaret got anything to bring back? And then they go door to door into the braking zone. The 14 has to drop back. And running wide is the 36, gets it back on the road as soon as possible. It'll be 2 to go.
3, it'll be 3 to go.
Oh, yeah, could be 3 actually, could be 3. But they're side by side towards turn 1. Who is going to be bravest? 14 on the outside, 36 to the inside. Can they hang on? Has to run it wide as the 14, and they've already had a warning for track limits. Is that going to put them over the edge?
I do wonder. I haven't seen a final warning for car number 14, but they might have just, that's an overtake outside the track boundaries. That will be looked at, and that will not be appreciated. So now they just need to do what they can. If they've got 5 seconds of pace and 3 laps, brake pinches for both of the front 2, and the margin closes up once again. Both of them get it back to the apex down at turn number 3. If they fight this, there will only be 2 laps. If they give each other enough room, we might get a third, and that might be what Passaret needs to try and run away. At the moment, has the race leaders bothered the rear bumper of Nabil for the last few laps? Finally gets the opportunity to lead. The CRZ was making great speed in a straight line on that run between turn 3 and turn 4. And in the background, the back 2 behind are starting to close up with how much these guys have fought as well. It was about 2.6 seconds between them at the start of the last lap. That's how much they've closed in. The margin for the race lead was down over 5 seconds. Now, third and fourth, Hewan and Nawarat are right there and in amongst this battle. Significantly closer than they have been for an extended period of time. And these guys are going to throw everything at it. And have a look at all of a sudden, through this section of the track, Nabil closes all the way up down at turn 9. Now the run through 10. He's on the gearbox. They clashed last time by. Paint was traded. Feeling was exchanged between the two cars. The corner was attempted to be made up. He was elbowed wide at turn 1 on the last lap. For Nabil, what is he able to find out of this one on the gearbox? 7 seconds on the clock. 5, 4. We will get 2 more laps as they cross the start-finish line now with just a couple seconds left in this one. So it's not the final. No. The race controller made the decision. It is final lap. We will go for just the one more. I've seen a penalty for car 18 for exceeding track limits, but they're not in amongst this lead fight. Final lap of the race, Hamish. And that number 36 has not been quick in a straight line. And look at the weaving in the background.
Yeah, they're trying to defend as hard as they can. The 36 struggling down this straight for the 14 of Passerit into the race lead. They come into turn 3. Watch for the 36 in a build to try and seek up the inside. It'll be side by side towards turn 4, but the inside line will go the way of the 14. They're fighting hard, tooth and nail, for this race win. We noticed they crossed the line when it had 1 second to go, and that's why they've made the determination that this is the final lap. So if you're Nabil on board the 36, you've got to find a way around as best you can, but they haven't got the power down the straight to hang on to Passerit on board the 14 in the CRV, or CRZ, sorry, and well, this battle is intense. It's unbelievable that it is such a close battle for this race win, Scott. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's going to be naturally aspirated versus turbocharged cars at the front. That's why you can see the pace difference down the straightaway. Here to turn 8. Couple more corners, couple more opportunities. Here comes the City trying to challenge around the outside. The inside is covered by Passerit in the car number 14. 1 hour plus 1 lap. Comes down to a couple of corners to the inside at 10. He'll be on the outside at 11, but the move is almost done. Door to door, side by side. Final run, final race of the weekend for the Super Tourings, and it's going to be a look across the garages, a look across the moments, the bomb of a lifetime for car number 36, and the wing hit motorsports will try and pull it up. They have done it! Last car, last corner, last lap, job done. No, one more to go, we had it wrong.
They've changed it again. They have changed it again. Oh! Massive lock up at turn 1 for the 14. It's going to allow Hewan Chan past up into P2. And the Bill's broken away. And the 14 is dropping now.
Is there damage?
There may be some damage. It has allowed the likes of Norat and Hewan Chan to get past Passerit now for an all Toyota podium here in the final race of the weekend for the Super Tours. Watch up the inside for Norat. On Hewan Chan, it's City versus Yaris. Who's going to come out the other side as the benefactor towards turn 4? It's almost a mirror combination of the last battle for the race lead on the previous lap as they continue this fight side by side. Can the Yaris hang on the inside? Massive run through 4, holds on to P2, and now down towards the braking zone at turn 5. Gets it tucked in nicely, got a good bit of gap here. If Norat's going to come back at them, they've got to maximise the run through this final sector and may need to make a move early if they want to hang on to not only P3, but maybe challenge for P2.
There's a tyre. That'll be car 14 that's just ejected that one for certain. There was heavy contact at the front wheels. It'll be in the spokes. It might have ripped the thing off the rim. It has indeed for car number 14. So for challenging for a race win, to just try to keep the thing on the island to the end of the race, they were looking to celebrate. And that is the distraught face down in pit lane of Nat Ned. She was phenomenal in the opening stint. There was not much more she could have done. Nabil would have not survived, you think, one more lap. I reckon that car had suffered some damage as well. But the final time of arcing contact in the final corner, and he's going to let it go. And no, he is going to back it up. He is going to yield the position. Well done. Had to go, messed it up, gave it back. Racing and sportsmanship to the last.
Fair play to Norat there. Gave up that P2 after the contact with Hewan Chan. You see the 14 just struggling to get this thing home. Oh, they've run it way wide. They're trying to get it to the line. They're not even going to get a top 10 out of this race. Unfortunate for them. And that car, which was up front all morning, Scott, in this race, unfortunately not getting the podium they wanted from what was P2 to 13th, 11 positions lost on that final lap, thanks to that blown tyre.
I don't think it was a blown tyre. I reckon that contact has actually ripped it off the rim.
Well, quite possibly, yeah.
It's most likely. Because it was right on the tyre.
Yeah. No, it's a shame for that team. They're battling hard, and as we've said, it is racing, it happens, but man, what a race we just had. What a race we've just had for the Super Tourer class here at Chang International Circuit. Unbelievable.
You called it as well. We talked about how strong those turbocharged cars were. Naturally aspirated 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Yeah, they somehow pulled it out. I don't know how. Somehow they did. And
safety car magic, mate.
Bit of safety car magic. It's an all Toyota podium. So Stocks and Toyota may be going up after this one. It is a mirror and bill into P1 for Wing Hin Motorsports. P2 on the day is Ning Kai and Hewan Zhan for Wing Hin Motorsports in P2. So that's a 1-2 finish for that crew. And then P3 for Toyota Gazoo Racing, it was Noah Rat and Ayrton Azapar as well. So all Toyotas on the podium, celebrations for those teams, and a 1-2 finish for Wing Hin Motorsports.
It was an interesting finish as well, because think about everyone that come through and crossed that line in behind those guys as well. They would have seen the only couple of drivers that would have crossed that start-finish line and looked at that gantry and seen, time still left on the clock would have been the race leaders. Everybody else would have seen final lap twice.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, and it quite possibly could have changed how they were attacking that final lap as well. Quite possibly too. And there may have been maybe a little bit of confusion on board those front two cars when they crossed the line, understanding there was one more to go. It almost looked like once the 36 crossed the line, they thought the race was over, but then they realized, oh no, we've actually got one to go, so we got to push on. And the 14 knew that it was one to go, so they tried to go around that outside, contacts made, and that's how that's gone. But, yeah, I think there was some definite confusion for some drivers out there from those messages, but
well, see, I leave a question mark over the contact in at turn 1, because did you see the 36 lurch to the right under brakes?
Yeah, because they realise that they've left themselves open for the move on the outside, and because they've left themselves open for that, they've tried to go ultra defensive, maybe out of a panic, and that contact's then made between those cars. But I'm sure race control will look at it; they'll determine who may be at fault, if anyone is at fault for that contact between them. But for now, that team has massive elation after a 1-2 finish with two different cars. I mean, getting the Toyota City into P1 and then that Yaris into P2 is it's a great run for that team.
Yeah, what a phenomenal race for everyone that's watching along. And, generally Super Touring has been probably, it's one of those categories that sort of waxes and wanes throughout the race, but it's not at all times the most exciting category. That's probably one of the best Super Touring races we've had in history. We've had tire failures in the past. I think whatever the reasoning for pulling the pin and just going for the extra set of tires, I think that worked. But, first racing weekend, they'll look at all of that data and they'll go, moving forwards, it might even be 4 sets of tyres available for the races for the weekend. In the future, they might bring leftover sets of tyres from this weekend and use them as practice and qualifying tyres. And then you've got, either a set that's got qualifying laps on it to start the race on, and then you use a fresh set for the second half of the race. If they have to do 4 tyre changes at each of the pit stops as well, that'll also probably necessitate a change in pit stop regulations as well. They'll extend those ones back out with 5 lug nuts on the tyres. It could just be the fronts going, and they just release an extra set of front tyres to all cars as well. So a lot to talk about out of the Super Touring, not just the racing, but also the engineering of the category as well. Look, was every single category that was moving to the giddy tyres for 2026 going to walk throughout the weekend and walk away scot-free? No. And to have it only be the Super Touring's a big mark of that's worked well.
Yeah, well, it's obviously, it's shown some differential, and I don't mind the choice of giving them 3 for the weekend, because that then obviously offers up a little bit of strategy of which day do you favour? Do you favour your Saturday or do you favour your Sunday? And that's going to offer up a little bit more strategic planning that's going to have to be put in place for the races. And you obviously can't predict how a race is going to go, and if you think it's going to be better to run the tire on the Saturday or the Sunday. So there will be some sort of a gamble, but I don't mind the 3 tire sets. I think if they move to 4, it will obviously then mean that everyone's going to change tires on both days, and it takes away some of that strategic element. It's not only a top 2 finish, by the way, for that team. It's 2 Malaysian-based teams in the top 2 ahead of the Thai-based Toyota Gazoo Racing in behind as well. But yeah, I like the strategic play of those 3 tires. I think if they went to 4, it would take away that strategic element just a little bit. But I wouldn't mind if maybe they just said, well, you can only change fronts, you can't change rears. That might be another scenario and another way to go for the series in future as well. One thing that we know is coming up throughout the rest of the day, Scott, as we get some of these interviews underway, is we've got some great racing coming up, of course, throughout the day too. And we know that the next race that's on our docket is something that we're somewhat familiar with because we have got a variant of the series in our homeland of Australia. We've got the 86ers coming up after this for their Thailand variant series here out at the Chang International Circuit. After that, we get to the Thailand Super Eco class, and after watching yesterday's race this morning, I am very excited for that one for 12 laps at 11:55. So 10:55 we won the 86 challenge. Gets on your screens. We'll be racing for half an hour plus a lap at the end of that one as well. After the Super Ecos, we then go for a lunch break. We have a stream changeover for this afternoon for the GT3, GTM classes into GT4, GTC, and then the Super Pickup at the end of the day as well. And our broadcast colleagues Jake Sperry and David Haynes will be in the booth for that final portion of the afternoon as well. So much action to come your way here for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series across Event 1 here on your Sunday.
Listening away to Goody in the background. Just there might be a couple of English interviews just with the nature of the international podium that we're seeing. Here we go. Yep, there will be an interview.
Very good, very happy for myself, and also very happy for the team. We managed to finish P1 and P2. Yes. There's a feeling that cannot describe. Super happy, and I would like to say super thank you to my teammate. That he do a very good job by maintaining the third, by holding up the second place. Yes. And yeah, I think so. He can't breathe inside the car, and they already asked like 7 to 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Probably. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wing Hit Motorsports. Thank you very much. To my partner. Thank you very much. โอเคเขาก็บอกว่ามีความสุขมากๆครับแบบสุขที่สุดอะสำหรับเรื่องของส่วนความรู้สึกส่วนตัวเขาแล้วก็ขอบคุณทีมงานขอบคุณตำแหน่งที่ได้มาแล้วก็เพื่อนร่วมทีมด้วยนะครับที่ได้2ตำแหน่งในรายการนี้ and you
Yeah, I think first of all we got to thank my team, Wing Hit Motorsports. They provided us with a very competitive car this weekend. I think my teammate here, both of us, we took a pretty big step coming into the weekend. Our first rookie season in TSS. Competition has been tough, but the team has done a really good job in bringing us up to pace. โอเคก็โดยรวมนะครับก็ขอบคุณทีมงานนะครับแล้วก็ในช่วง1 อาทิตย์ที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยก็คือทำงานกันอย่างหนักนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณที่ให้เขาประสบความสำเร็จใน position ในวันนี้นั่นเองโอเค Leave a comment to Thai fans who supporting you guys. Yeah, I'd like to say a huge thank you. The crowd here has been amazing. I never expected such a big crowd, such a big turnout at TSS, but it's been totally awesome. Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you สุดครับอันดับ1นะครับเป็นของ Wing Hit. Congratulations. Wow, you guys, we did a great job. Finally, you have the two position in this today. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's a good 1-2 for our team, especially a very good result. I mean, last year we also had a shot at the championship as well, but it didn't really go as planned. I mean, it's still early days to say. Only round 1, but a very good start. And it's my first time in Super Touring. Yes. So it's always nice to come back to these little eco cars to come back and race, and especially with my teammate as well.
And you.
Yeah, no, it was a very exciting race today. Ahmed has played a good job, really splendid job in the first stint, just maintaining P1 throughout the whole stint. Passed the car back to me. We were still P1, but I thought we were a bit unlucky with the safety car. But we had a good fight with car number 14, YK car. Yeah, just really good racing with them, and props to them for keeping up with us. And yeah, just really happy with this P1.
Obviously. So about the next race, we have to go to Bang Sands circuits. Compare between the circuit have the different in the circuit.
Yeah, but we're coming into Bang Sen. I think we have a really strong package. The team has been working really hard this year just to make progress with this car every round. So I think we have a good shot as well in Bang Sen, not only for our car but all the other 3 teams as well.
Okay. Leave a comment to Thai fans who's supporting you guys.
Thank you to the ones in Malaysia back home watching and supporting us. Shout out to my parents, especially in motorsport as well. We also have staff back at home at our HQ that was helping us preparing the car and everything. And also my personal sponsor, CIMB Bank. This is for you guys. Kita bagi jadi.
Okay, you guys.
Yeah, no, likewise, like Ahmed said, thanks for all the supporters from Thailand and Malaysia, my parents for watching this. Everyone at home, just really the support that you guys have been giving is really outstanding. So thank you for supporting us for round 2. Slumber.
Congratulations ก็โดยรวมนะครับก็ขอบคุณนะครับในสิ่งที่ผ่านมาที่ทำให้เขาประสบความสำเร็จในเรื่องของการตั้งใจที่จะทำงานในวันนี้นะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆที่ให้การสนับสนุนนะครับแล้วก็หวังว่าจะเจอกันกับงานที่บางแสนต่อไปนั่นเองครับเอาละฮะก็จบลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Super Touring นะครับยังมีรุ่นที่มันกันอยู่นะครับรอคอยติดตามกันทีว่าเป็นรุ่นไหนนะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ไปพบกับห้องบรรยายครับ
Well, that was the interviews post the end of the first race of the day. Super Tourings went down to the line. We got 2 last laps, which nearly makes it better than 1 last lap, to be perfectly honest. And it created some really, really interesting moments because I thought we were over. Legitimately thought the race was done, and it was a last lap, last common move, and then we got to do it all over again.
Well, it was literally, probably half a second by the time they hit the line at the end. But here's the post-race highlights for everything that happened for you in the final race of the weekend for the Super Tourer class here at the Chang International Circuit. We see already it was hot action off the start-finish line through turn 1. Name of the day, name of the race, of course, was the track extensions of some of those drivers, and that track limits are more of a suggestion than a possibly followed rule. There was an early moment off of turn 4 with that car running wide down there as well. But this was one of the hot battles early on, and it went all the way to the end of the race between the 14 and the 36 across both driver changes for those cars. And, well, it was hot and heavy action all the way through, wasn't it, Scott?
Yeah, it certainly was. There was not really any opportunity for these guys to get away from each other. We got that safety car towards the back end of the race. This is coming from the front end of the race. So it was 36 that led the way right the way throughout. The mid-pack battle, and this was how deep car 25 fell through the field. And again, just that difference between turbo versus naturally aspirated was very, very evident on that occasion for car 25. As soon as they got clear, they're actually not too bad. This is Karma 19, and you can see the left front's already off that tyre. We only just saw a fraction of that car. We got half a shot of it to say that there was a tyre down. And then after that, how good was this block? Not only was it a block, but it was also an aggressive move up the inside. That is racecraft at its finest.
Unbelievable. A fantastic move. Wasn't the only that we saw from some of those Yaris's out there in battling for their race lead and their battle for position. How was this battle, though, Scott, between the 55 and the 14? 2 of those Hondas battling away. And the pit window opens, driver changes come about. And the story of that battle between the 14 and the 55, we mentioned it before, was those track limits. Both cars were getting heavily extended. Heartbreak for this team, 24. Got the pit stop done. And then the 57, unfortunately, with a problem on board that car, gets through the curb, spins it round. The 55 goes round as well, and the 24 has nowhere to go. And contact was made. That was the one that brought out the safety car here today at the Buriram circuit. And we can see a little bit of smoke coming off the car. You see the curb pop. That's where the rear end goes round. The 55 goes round as well. Gets a little bit of a helping hand. And just a mess down at turn 4. So turn 5, sorry. So they managed to get the track clear. They got the safety car out there. And we managed to get back to green flag running. But this battling was hot and heavy all throughout. And I mentioned the frustration of that 36 car as they were battling away with that Honda behind them. But this really opened the door for that little hatchback to get by as well. And then there's that contact side by side. I wonder if that's what may have also given a bit of damage to the 14 as well, Scott.
Yeah, out of the last corner, and this wouldn't be the last time they make contact. Down here at turn 1, they would make secondary contact. We just missed it there, and then immediately you can see how slow the 14 machine is after such a strong race right the way throughout. We did get a last lap, last corner move, and car 25 elected to redress that one. They raced it hard all the way out, and that is, again, like we said, we want these guys to be aggressive, to show us what they've got, but when they know they're at fault, drop back in behind. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break before we get back with race number 2 of the weekend for the Toyota 86 Challenge.
สวัสดีครับวงศ์สภัทร เกียรติสิรินะครับชื่อเล่นชื่อเรียวครับปีนี้วิ่งอยู่ในรุ่น 86 Challenge รถเบอร์ 33 ครับวิ่งอยู่ในทีม Mitsu by AP ครับเหตุผลที่ผมเลือกลง 86 Challenge นะครับก็เป็นครั้งแรกของไทยที่เป็นรถสปอร์ต 2 ประตูแล้วก็เป็นรถขับหลังเกียร์ธรรมดาก็รู้สึกว่ามันเป็นอะไรที่ค่อนข้างดิบแล้วก็ด้วยความที่เคยแข่งโกคาร์ทมาก่อนหน้านี้ก็อยากกลับมาสัมผัสรถขับหลังอีกรอบหนึ่งครับจริงๆตั้งแต่ได้ยินประกาศว่าจะจัด 86 Challenge นะครับก็ค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นพอสมควรเลยครับเพราะว่าที่บ้านจริงๆก็มีรถ BRZ ก็เป็นผู้ฝาแฝดของ 86 อยู่แล้วผมก็วิ่งสนามมาประจำก็เป็นการเตรียมตัวไปในตัวพอเห็นว่าประกาศปุ๊บก็รีบสมัครรีบหารถแล้วก็คุยกับทาง Raceworks ครับในรถของ 86 Challenge ส่วนตัวมองว่าเป็นรถที่ค่อนข้างโรเตทดีแล้วก็ช่วงที่สภาพยางกำลังดีมองว่าเป็นรถที่น่าคุมพอสมควรแล้วก็มีอาการ neutral steer ได้ค่อนข้างดีครับก็จริงๆต่างจากตอนที่วิ่ง track day ที่เป็นรถบ้านเพราะว่าพอเอาลงมานี่มันเป็น อุปกรณ์เซฟตี้แบบเต็มรูปแบบ แล้วก็มี performance parts แบบเต็มรูปแบบ ก็มองว่าพอวิ่งกันหลายๆคันแล้วมันเป็น competitive field ก็เป็นรุ่นที่น่าสนใจและน่าติดตามเลยครับก็ฝากแฟนๆติดตามเชียร์รถเบอร์33ด้วยนะครับวงศ์สภัทร เกียรติศิริวิ่งอยู่ในรุ่น86 Challenge ครับขอบคุณครับ
สวัสดีค่ะปะปางอลิสาค่ะปีนี้ปางก็ลงแข่งนะคะในนามทีม Red Line BBMP Racing ค่ะแข่งในเรสของ 86 Challenge ค่ะใช้รถเบอร์ 15 ค่ะก็อย่างชื่อเลยค่ะ Challenge คือจริงๆมันเคยเห็นซีรีส์นี้ในต่างประเทศค่ะก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นซีรีส์ที่ดูสนุกมากแล้วก็รถสวยด้วยแล้วมันก็เคยเล่นเหมือนกับขับในเกมแข่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะก็เคยแบบเหมือนเป็นซีรีส์อย่างนี้เหมือนกันมารู้สึกว่ามันสนุกถ้าเกิดขึ้นที่ไทยเนี่ยก็เป็นอะไรที่แบบน่าลองมากๆด้วยค่ะจริงๆก็เป็นความรู้สึกที่แบบแปลว่าเป็นความรู้สึกใหม่ๆเพราะว่าปกติเราก็จะขับรถเกียร์ธรรมดาที่เป็นแบบขับหน้าซะส่วนใหญ่ส่วนอย่างรถขับหลังที่เคยขับเนี่ยก็จะเป็นเกียร์ paddle shift อะไรเงี้ยทีนี้คันนี้บางว่ามันก็เป็นอะไรที่ใหม่มากสำหรับบางก็คือเป็นครั้งแรกเลยที่ขับหลังเกียร์ธรรมดาด้วยแล้วก็เป็นรถแบบ one make แบบนี้ด้วยนะคะก็ลงไปจับครั้งแรกรู้สึกว่าความมั่นใจอ่ะมันมานะเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยรถขับดีช่วงล่างมันดูแน่นมันดูเหมือนเรารู้สึกว่าเราอยู่บนแมชชีนที่มันเฮ้ยเราไปได้อ่ะมั่นใจแต่ว่าการที่จะหาแบบแลปไทม์ที่เร็วจีเลยเนี่ยก็ต้องใช้เวลาอยู่ค่ะฝากแฟนๆนะคะเชียร์มาฟังด้วยกลับมาแข่งใน TSS อีกครั้งก็ดีใจมากค่ะเพราะว่ารายการนี้ก็เพื่อนเยอะมากก็ฝากเชียร์นะคะ Red Line BBMP Racing ในรายการ86 Challenge ค่ะ
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับต้องบอกว่าเรายังอยู่กันที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่งนี้นะครับซึ่งกับรายการที่ต้องบอกว่าใหญ่ที่สุดในอาเซียนนะครับเป็นระดับแบบ world class เลยทีเดียวปฏิเสธไม่ได้ครับกับรายการนี้ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 และ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 นะครับรุ่นที่อยู่ข้างหลังตรงนี้นะครับคือรุ่น86 Challenge Thailand Presented by บางจากนั่นเองนะครับซึ่งก็จะเป็นรุ่นที่มีนักแข่งไม่ว่าจะเป็นที่จะบอกว่าคร่ำวอร์ดอยู่ในวงการนักแข่งเนี่ยมาอย่างยาวนานและแน่นอนในกริดสตาร์ทที่1นะครับเป็นของอัธพลแก้วอาสานะครับพี่เต้ยอยู่ที่กริดแรกแล้วเดี๋ยวไปคุยกันนะครับว่าวันนี้ B-Quik Racing เตรียมความพร้อมกันอย่างไรตามผมมาเลยครับแม่วันนี้อาจจะตะกุกตะกักนิดนึงนะตื่นเต้นดีใจได้มาสัมภาษณ์พี่เต้ยนะครับพี่เต้ยครับสวัสดีครับ
ครับสวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับการเตรียมความพร้อมใน86 Challenge Thailand
วันนี้พร้อมมากครับ
ครับจากเมื่อวานที่เราคุยกันก็อาจจะรู้สึกตื่นเต้นนิดนึงในเรื่องของการปรับตัวนะครับในเรื่องของการเซตอัพรถก็ดีแม้กระทั่งตัวพี่เตอร์เองวันนี้เราคุ้นไปแล้ว1 สนามกับวันนี้ถือว่าโอเคขึ้น
ครับก็ต้องทำกันบ้านมาเมื่อวานนี้ก็เอามาปรับปรุงแก้ไขในวันนี้ครับผม
ครับก็ถือว่าได้ข้อสรุปแล้วนะครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ครับผม
แต่ก็ต้องไปเรียนรู้กันต่อใช่ไหมสนามหน้าบางแสนถูกไหมฮะ
ใช่ครับ
เพราะการเซตอัพรถก็จะแตกต่างกันด้วยเช่นกัน
ถูกต้องครับ
ครับพี่เต้ยครับฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับที่กำลังคอยตามเชียร์ให้กำลังใจทีม B-Quik Racing อยู่ครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยครับอัธพลแก้วอาสาครับ B-Quik Racing ครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับพี่เต้ยครับอัธพลแก้วอาสานะครับอีก1ทีม B-Quik Racing ด้วยเหมือนกันนะครับหมายเลข25นะครับท่านนี้ก็จะนิ่งๆนะครับแต่ขับมาเนี่ยสเตเบิลมากๆเลยครับพี่เจนะครับปัญจไหวพริบอยู่1ในทีมนักแข่งนะครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
พี่เจครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็มันมากครับเมื่อวาน
เป็นยังไงเล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
ก็ด้วยทางรถขับหลังมันเวลาออกจากโค้งนะครับมันต้องค่อยๆจุ่มคันเร่งนะครับกดพลาดไม่ได้ครับ
ครับเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดว่าจุ่มแรงไปปุ๊บ
ท้ายออกครับ
อันเดอร์เลยนะฮะแล้วก็มีการก็คือต้องเรียนรู้ไปพร้อมๆกับพี่เต้ยด้วยถูกไหม
ถูกต้องครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับตัวพี่เองก็วันนี้ก็ถือว่าเข้าใจมันมากขึ้น
ครับผม
สนุกไหมสำหรับรุ่นนี้
สนุกมากๆครับ
มากๆเลยนะครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าน่าจะเป็นเรื่องที่น่ายินดีในอนาคตหวังว่ารุ่นนี้ก็จะมีการขยับขยายให้มีมากขึ้นด้วยเช่นกันนะครับสนามหน้าสิบางแสนกลางปีเป็นสนามที่ต้องบอกว่าแตกต่างจากสนามที่นี่เรามีความรู้สึกว่าจะต้องเตรียมตัวกันอย่างไรบ้างครับ
ก็ หลังจากนี้ไปผมก็ต้องกลับไปซ้อมซิมให้มากขึ้นครับผม
ครับ
กับสนามบางแสน
ครับผมก็ถือว่าก็ต้องลองดูก่อนว่าเป็นยังไงก็เซตให้มันเหมือนจริงที่สุดใช่ไหมครับพี่เจครับพี่เจครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ครับฝากเชียร์ด้วยนะครับทีม B-Quik Racing นะครับผมขับเบอร์25นะครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับพี่เจนะครับปัญจไหวพริบนะฮะอีกหนึ่งนักขับนะครับอันนี้เดินทางมาไกลนะครับจากประเทศออสเตรเลียเลยนะครับจากทีมเฟนแลบนะครับเคลตันนั่นเองนะครับเมื่อวานเราก็มีโอกาสได้คุยกันแล้วนะครับ Hello
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ Oh can you speak Thai no just one word okay how do you feel today
I feel good the goal is to try get out front as soon as possible and try win it
okay try to win it exactly obviously so and then the next race we have to go to Bangsan Street Circuit. Have you ever go that?
No, never.
Okay, so that to compare to that for different because Bangsan Street can have the street circuit. Yes, with tough for the track and we have the FIA Grade G3.
Yeah.
So how you feel? You want to go to every race? Need to go to the race in Bangsan.
I'm super excited for Bangsan. I'm super excited. I love street tracks, so I really want to try it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Leave a comment to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Thank you to all my friends and family. Thanks to the Thai fans. Cup and cup. Hope you enjoy.
Okay. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
นะฮะก็แน่นอนนะครับคลตันก็ยังไม่เคยไปที่สนามบางแสนแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าแน่นอนอาจจะต้องไปดูกันว่ายังไงแต่ก็เป็นสนามที่นักแข่งหลายๆคนเนี่ยชื่นชอบแล้วก็อยากเข้าไปมีส่วนร่วมกับงานที่ต้องบอกว่าใหญ่ที่สุดระดับ world class เลยครับก็คือบางแสนกลางปีนั่นเองนะครับคุณผู้ชมฮะและแน่นอนยังมีเวลาเหลือนะครับไปต่อกันเลยตอนนี้หมายเลข33นะครับหมายเลข33ต้องบอกเลยว่าบุคคลท่านนี้นี่ไม่ธรรมดาสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับพี่กุดดี้
ทีนี้เป็นสื่อ Racing Team Thailand นะครับโดยน้องเรียววงศพัฒน์เกตศิรินะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ร้อนครับ
ครับ พี่ก็ร้อนครับน้องนะฮะแต่ความร้อนมันต้องอยู่ที่ความมันนะครับความตื่นเต้นมากกว่าร้อนไหม
ไม่ครับร้อนมากกว่าตื่นเต้น
โอเค ชัดเจนแต่ความร้อนความตื่นเต้นของเราเนี่ยมันมีการผ่อนคลายเพราะว่าอย่างที่บอกว่ารุ่นนี้เนี่ยเราก็ได้รองมาแล้ว1 สนามแล้ววันนี้เรารู้แล้วว่ามันจะต้องเป็นยังไงต่อถูกไหม
แล้วก็รู้ว่าเรสเราอยู่ประมาณไหนรู้ว่าคู่แข่งเราวิ่งประมาณไหนสไตล์การขับเป็นยังไงก็ต้องรอดูในตอนเรสครับว่าจะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
ครับแต่สิ่งที่มันแตกต่างนั่นก็คือในเรื่องของสนาม
ครับผม
ซึ่งอนาคตในสนามหน้าเนี่ยเป็นบางแสนแล้วมันก็จะแตกต่างไปอีกถูกไหมใช่ไหมฮะการแข่งขันเนี่ยแต่ละสนามก็จะแตกต่างกันมีความรู้สึกอย่างไรว่างถ้าเกิดเราชอบสนามไหนมากที่สุดดีกว่าสำหรับเร็ว
แน่นอนเลยถ้าแข่ง Thailand Super Series ก็เอมที่จะมาแข่งบางแสนอยู่นะครับ
โอเค
Highlight of the Year
นั่นนะครับเรียวครับอยากให้เรียวพูดถึงการที่เราจะก้าวมาเป็นนักแข่งแบบเรียวได้เนี่ยต้องทำยังไงบ้างครับ
ครับเริ่มจากการแข่งโกคาร์ทนะครับส่วนตัวผมก็เริ่มจากการแข่งโกคาร์ทแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวนี้ก็มีพาสเนใหม่ๆด้วยการ development ของเทคโนโลยีก็คือ sim racing เหมือนกัน
ครับ
ก็เป็นแนวทางการที่จะสามารถขยับขึ้นมาเป็น pro racing driver ได้เหมือนกันครับ
ครับผมโอเคครับเร็วครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากเชียร์มาสามๆด้วยนะครับอยู่ใน TSS Challenge ครับ
ขอบคุณครับอีดิมสื่อนะครับ Racing Team Thailand นะครับแน่นอนนะครับก็เป็นหนึ่งนักแข่งที่พัฒนานะครับจากคาร์ทมาจนมาเป็น Pro Racing ได้นะครับอยากไปสัมภาษณ์นะครับหมายเลข15กันบ้างนะครับเพราะบอกว่าเป็นหนึ่งเดียวที่เป็นสุภาพสตรีนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนอยู่ในสนามนะครับกับมะปรางอลิสานะครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
เหงาไหมครับเป็นสุภาพสตรีท่านเดียวที่มาอยู่ในสนามในวันนี้
ไม่เหงาค่ะ
ไม่เหงานะครับเพราะไม่มีเพื่อนร่วมแข่งเลยครับแต่แน่นอนว่าก็รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการแข่งขันในรุ่นนี้ครับ
ก็ตื่นเต้นค่ะก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่ได้ลองขับรถแบบนี้นะคะก็ตื่นเต้นรถขับสนุกมาก
เล่าให้ฟังหน่อยสิ่งที่เราชอบในรุ่นนี้กับความตื่นเต้นของรถคันนี้
แต่หนูว่ามันก็ชาเลนจ์ดีสำหรับตัวเราเคยลองแต่แบบขับหน้าอะไรเงี้ยอันนี้เป็นขับหลังเกียร์ธรรมดาก็ลองปรับตัวอยู่แล้วก็ไปให้สนุกค่ะ
เห็นว่าเล่าให้ฟังเมื่อวานเกิดอะไรขึ้นครับ
ก็เหตุการณ์เกิดขึ้นเยอะหนูก็พยายามที่จะแบบดูแล้วก็ตัดสินใจอยู่ในหัวว่ายังไงดีอะไรเงี้ยค่ะ
เพราะฉะนั้นอยากให้มะปรางนะครับ บอกในเรื่องของนักแข่งถ้าเป็นสุภาพสตรีที่
ค่ะ
อยากจะเข้ามาลงแข่งในรุ่นนี้ต้องทำยังไงครับ
ก็มาลองได้เลยค่ะจริงๆตอนนี้ก็มีผู้หญิงอยู่คนเดียวเนาะก็ถ้ามีเพื่อนเพิ่มก็จะสนุกขึ้น
ครับ
ใช่จะได้มาสู้กับพี่ๆผู้ชายด้วย
ครับผมแล้วก็เชิญชวนนะครับแฟนๆที่ตามให้กำลังใจเชียร์อยู่ครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์นะคะ Red Line BBMP Racing ค่ะเบอร์ 15 นะคะ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ค่ะ
ขอให้โชคดีนะครับเอาละฮะท่านผู้ชมฮะสำหรับในรุ่นนี้นะครับ86 Challenge Thailand นะครับ presented by บางจากใครจะเป็นแชมป์ในสนามนี้ติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับกับ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 ครับ
โอเคครับ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the second race of the calendar on Sunday. And fueling our thrills in 2026 is the Thailand Super Series round number 1. We're just talking off air, Hamish. You're still getting to grips and coming up to speed with the Thailand Super Series. We are indeed off to a street circuit for round number 2. You heard the Australian driver Clayton Nelms was just talking about how excited he is to be racing a Toyota 86 on the streets of Bang Sen. And that is what the calendar for 2026 looks like. 2 rounds in Sepang, 2 rounds from Buriram, and also the big one. This is the jewel in the calendar of the Thai calendar. It is the Bang Sen Street Circuit. If you have not seen it, it is a unique track with a section of the racetrack named Monkey Hill because there is literally monkeys on the hill watching the racing.
Well, it's a as soon as I heard the word street circuit, Scott, I was like, sign me up, get me there. We will make time because I'm a massive fan of street circuit racing, and I've already, my short time here with TSS through doing a production run last year at Sepang International Circuit, and then being able to commentate obviously today here at Chang International Circuit as well. I'm giddy and I'm excited for that next round to go live. Course for this race, it's a 30-minute race, rolling start for the Toyota 86s. 0 compulsory pit stops across the half an hour. All classes racing together, of course, from an overall legends and a ladies class out there as well. Overall and class points are up for grabs, though, here for this race this morning as well. 30 minutes plus 1 lap. That's what you can expect to come here from the 86s out there as well. And it's, we have become very accustomed to it where we're based out here in Australia of 86 racing, and it's always good to see international flavours of it as well, especially here in Thailand, to see how these drivers go. Of course, there is some international flavour out there. There's an Australian driver on the grid amongst these races here today. We've got a few of the 86 overall class. We've got 5 of them. We've got 3 Legends drivers in the field, and we've got 1 lady out there as well. Is Alyssa Kukwang is in the field back in P7. We are missing a few cars, though, Scott, off this grid after the processes of the weekend, including a rollover early in the weekend as well. But, a couple of drivers missing this final race of the weekend, which means we're left with 9 on the grid for this final race here out at Chang International Raceway for the GR86s.
Yeah, I can tell you there was 12 cars originally entered for the weekend. We're now missing 3 of those down to 9. So we believe it to be car number 60 from the Legends Cup. Shupeng Kenjana Pass for the Painkiller Racing outfit hasn't shown up. Unfortunately, car number 86 there was attempted to be a Raceworks entry. They didn't confirm a driver. I don't necessarily think that car had actually shown up this weekend. And additionally, I'm very certain that car number 95 of Rathak Korn was the one that was involved in the rollover for the Tom's Racing TH Access Motorsports entry on Friday. And a big shout out to our German colleagues who are also working this weekend, also on the coverage for the Thailand Super Series with multi-language coverage here as a part of this one. English, Thai, German, and we did have Chinese coverage over the last couple of years as well. I'm not 100% certain if they've returned. They're only going to be select coverage for the Chinese stuff this year, we're hearing. So, yeah, thanks to our German colleagues that pointed that one out to broadcast colleagues Jake Sperry. And we were alerted to the fact that there was 2 rollovers across the course of the weekend thus far. Regardless, pole position for Adapon, and alongside will be Panshot Yprip. Clayton Nelms on row 2 alongside Von Sapat-Katsiri. Themrong and Chinawat are going to be off of row number 3. Alisa Kunquang and Sorowit Saiteng off of row number 4. And from the final row of the field, Banfot Utrikul will come from the rear. But the good news with Toyota 86 Racing, we were digging through actually a few technical bulletins that come out as the 1 minute board is actually going to go up, and they'll go about their formation lap. Apparently, there is auto blip functionality within the onboard computers that are part of the Toyota 86s. Would obviously help with that downshifting capability. It hadn't been enabled by default on these cars for the weekend, but it was suggested to the teams that everybody enable that one by default for safety and consistency.
They've made the change for today's race. I would assume that's then going to be a change going forward as well, that they will keep those on the cars. As you said, Scott, probably maybe was influenced by what did happen earlier in the weekend amongst this class as well. They want to try and keep it as safe as possible, and that auto blip feature is going to help these cars remain safe. 15 seconds on the board before we get ready and rolling for what is to come in the final race of the weekend for the Toyota 86 Challenge here out at Chang International Circuit. Scott, it was a fantastic race that we've already seen today. We've got one coming up here with this class, and then more to come throughout the rest of the day too. And it's exciting to see so many different variants of racing across a day and across a day of racing. You get your support categories off in the morning, you get some great racing between them, and then you get heavy hitters in the afternoon. And well, it's absolutely phenomenal. But we know that 86 racing is really, really good in terms of grassroots level racing across the world. And I think we're going to be in for some great door-to-door action for the next 30 minutes plus a lap in this race.
Yeah, certainly will. A little bit of a concern. I'm actually just keeping half an eye on the schedule because I was fairly certain we had to be actually live with this one a fair bit earlier. Indeed, we are. We're about 15 minutes behind schedule now. In fact, we're over 16 minutes behind schedule. This race was due to start at 10:55 local time. It is now 11:11 local time in Thailand at the moment. The Chang International Circuit, all 12 corners. The fast Sector 1, Turn 3, which challenges the high speed of the drivers, and Sector 3 is the most challenging and technical of the weekend. Race number 2 coming our way. Like we said, pole position will be Adapon Kursa from Pancha Y Prep on the front row, or B-Quik Absolute Racing off the front. Clayton and Phelan Machine alongside of Vong Sapat Nitamitsu Racing Team Thailand entry alongside in car 33. Thangrong from Singer Cosmo and Chinawat from Painkiller Racing, the second of the entries that did make it there this weekend. Alyssa Kung for Redline BBMP Racing. Sorowit next to MK Motorsports U-Forest Motul entry. And finally, the last car to roll off, the Banfot next to MK Motorsports U-Forest Motul. Two of those cars from the rear of the field, 9 Toyota 86s scheduled for half an hour. We'll wait and see if there's any updates from race control. At this stage, everything is leaning towards we will go the full half an hour race distance.
We'll see how well they can do for that half an hour, Scott. I mean, we already saw the sort of intensity that we had in the previous class, the Super Tourists, for their 60-minute race. That came down to a late safety car, brought the whole field back together again. Could we see a similar scenario here in the 86s, or do we think they may spread out a little bit across the 30 minutes?
Well, we can only just wait and see. That's certainly for sure. The fans chilling out in the stands, enjoying a little bit of racing and celebrating. All the way up there, we are getting set for race start as they make their way through 9, 10, and the crest at 11. The safety car will pull away from the front of the field and dive back into pit lane. Will we see safety car in this one? 9 cars out on track. You just never know, though, in Toyota 86s. They like to get the elbows out. They like to run side by side. The benefit of Cup-style racing, single manufacturer, single make, means that everybody has equivalent machinery underneath them. And the B-Quik cars will line up on the front row out of the final corner. 30 minutes plus 1 lap for the 86 Challenge. And we are away and racing from the front end of the field. And it's going to be just about an even launch off of that front row. Actually, it's going to be the car off the outside. Car 25 is sliding down the field. Just a fraction on the run into turn number 1. And again, track limits more of a guideline on lap 1.
It's suggestion, isn't it? Instead of a rule, it seems, on lap 1, turn 1. Side by side towards turn 3 into the braking zone they go. Battle for the race lead between the 33 of Katsiri, who looks to have taken the lead already. So an early move for Katsiri at this stage has done a phenomenal job to get that car forward and up into the race lead as Walprip and Kiyosara will try and hang on to him as well. Watch for the Australian of Clayton Nelms in behind too. He tries to battle for this position hard down towards the braking zone of turn 4. How will they going to be descending on turn 1? They line up. You see them all sliding through. They've done well.
Down to turn 5 on lap number 1. Everyone's starting to slot back in. As the ball started to come to grips, Clayton's just bounded out in front. Huge lead. Driving that car well on cold tyres. Now it's going to be the... Sorry, my apologies. It wasn't Clayton. It is. It's Vongsapat Katsiri that's jumped clear. Clayton Nelms is now going to get his job done on car number 25. Started out at 3rd, dropped back to 4th, and has now picked that spot back up. Panchap White struggling a little bit with the cold tyre temperature and pressures on lap number 1. Adapon, who started off in pole position, now back in a P2, is going to have a very fast starting. Car number 11 for Clayton Nelms immediately in behind him. Fastest in sector 2 was Vongsapat Katsiri. In fact, he's going to set purples in all 3 sectors on lap number 1. And now they're all starting to line up to have a go. But in the meantime, just about breaking the draft out in front. He is looking to show a clean pair of heels for Vongsapat Katsiri. Big question is, can he make it last across all of the 30 minutes?
2 seconds across lap 1 was gained by Katsiri, who's moved up the order into P1 as we have already stated. A 1:59.810 was their opening lap. It was a 2:01.912 for P2. So that's the sort of gain that's already been made for the race lead. As you can see the hazards flashing, that means the ABS is getting worked on board these 8.6s, and Clayton Nelms just unable to get the power down out of that corner after a little short run on the inside. That's going to give position now to Walprip, who goes up into P3 past him as well. So the front row lockout of that team still remains on the podium, but they're not in the race lead at this stage, with Katsiri leading by a good margin of 2.1 seconds. Wide run there for Clayton, who can't quite pull it up. We'll have to try and get it back on the road. Yeah, this car's having problems. We saw that ABS getting initiated through turn 1, and then he just had no power off of the corner. And this car is struggling, it seems, and this race may be over before it's even started for him. I think it has. Yep.
That looks like gear selection. I've got to be honest with you, that looked like gear selection. Like he just couldn't find the right gear or get through a couple of gear shifts. So it could be in quite a high gear at this point in time. Might have needed 3rd to get around turn 3, and he might have been in 4th to 5th.
I wonder, Scott, if has the update to the auto blip system, has that had an effect on that car in how he's run through turn 3 then? Because we saw the ABS being initiated, we saw him trying to pull it up on the inside. Has something happened with that auto blip that's given a problem to that car? You see there, he towers over the marshal that's next to him, giving him a hand. But yeah, I wonder if that may be an issue that's had a part to play in that car, unfortunately, having their race end so early.
Well, in the meantime, everyone else has continued on. It was 3.8 seconds at the end of lap 2, the margin from Vongsapat Katsiri as he goes about setting the fastest lap of the race. Only driver in a sub 2-minute time at this point in time, but Pancha White-Prip, second fastest on the last lap.
As well, the differential in pace that Vongsapat has got over the rest of this field is he's just able to power on at the front end of town right now, Scott, and knowing that there's 25 minutes left in this race, gap's already out to nearly 4 seconds. He could have a well and true margin by the end of this race if those guys can't chase him down.
that spread out in the midfield. Have a look at the two B-Quik Absolute Racing cars. They're going to be going at each other. And certainly trying to throw down. And once that's stable, they're the closest on track at the moment by some margin. Alyssa Kunquang starting to track down Sorowit Samai as well. Sorry, my apologies. Sorowit Seitung.
Just give a bit of an update on those, obviously, class leaders at this stage of the race. Scott, we have those three classes. Well, Alyssa Kunquang is the only 8.6 lady out there, so she's of course leading the way for that class. With the Legends class currently being led by Thamrong Moondramongki at this point, and then, as we know, Vongsapat Katsiri is leading the way for the overall and lead of the whole race at this point in time as well. After 6 minutes, the gap is out to 5, so he is on a rocket ship right now. And those B-Quik cars are going to work to try and chase him down, but they're giving up so much time. I don't know if they can do it. A possible setup change maybe that's made it difficult for these cars to chase down the race leader, but right now for Vongsapat, he is well and truly in control of this race.
The real battle's going to be between these two and the teammates as they head down to turn number 3. Look at the ABS lights kicking on for the 26 machine, and Pancha White Prep was not into the driver aids and driver supports. He was able to pull that car up just a little bit more accurately. Closes in on that rear bumper. That margin started the lap out at 0.4 of a second. It is definitely less than that now. We'll run down to turn 4. On a debut weekend for the Toyota 86 racing category as a part of the Thailand Super Series. But from the drivers on the grid, they'll be joining us next time out on the 1st and the 5th of July from the streets of Bang Sen. And everybody I've ever talked to that has to do with this series, I said, every time I ask, if you can get over to Thailand, and you're thinking about heading over, you're thinking about heading to the racetrack, the Bang Sen Street Circuit is always the one they say, get over there for if you can. Talked about, and there's the jewel on the crown of the Thai racing calendar. It is a car culture event. There are many activities alongside. There's a little bit of, what do they call it, the cross-style racing, generally in a car park that's alongside the edges of the track. There's pictures of famous racing drivers over the years that have journeyed to the Thai circuit and had photos taken in full racing attire sitting on the beach. I'll tell you what, wouldn't it be nice sitting by the beach? You climb from the car, your racing's done for the day, order a margarita, sit there with a full fire suit on and just relax on the beaches of Thailand.
Kind of reminds you of the Monaco Grand Prix many years ago when Kimi Raikkonen's race ended early and they cut to him later in the day and he's already on his yacht having a fun time before the end of that race. But I think these cars, they are seriously going to have a lot of fun at that street circuit. We often see 8.6 racing, whenever they do take them to street circuits, they have a lot of fun. They try and ride the curbs as much as they can and just send them around the streets of wherever they're racing. So that is going to be one you don't want to miss if you are an 8.6 enthusiast and you're a fan of this sorts of racing as well. And obviously the hopes for this series going forward, Scott, would be is that more racers would go over to Thailand, get involved in the series, get driving in it as well, get some more cars on the grid, because when you can get more GRs out there, that's when you can have a lot of fun. A lot of battling, and there's a car round. And we were focusing on it before. That's the 66 of Banthop Ustrakai, who has just gone round, unfortunately, and picks up the pieces. Lucky not to hit the wall. Here's a replay of how this has happened, though.
All on his own, backed it in. Realistically, turn 4, great avoiding action. I believe that was the 16 machine Sorowit Seitung, who drove around the outside of him. But of course, very little downforce at the rear end, just that nolder, I guess you'd call it, the little lick off the back end of the car. Not really a spoiler, is it? Not enough assistance for that. Generating downforce, there's no rear wing way up in the air trying to glue the rear end of these rear-wheel drive cars to the ground. The good news for the 66 machine and driver of Banfot Utracrol, car is okay. Still continuing on. Vongsapat Katsiri. Time starting to fall off. Adapon looking after the tyres. Adapon and Pancho are still lockstep together. They've been under half a second for probably the entire race between those two.
It's the closest battle on track, but it is between two teammates, so it comes down to, is it going to be a battle for bragging rights, or are they just going to cleanly drive around together for the remainder of this 20-minute race? The race lead has not really extended all that much over the last few laps. It's only now out to just over 5 seconds. It kind of grew very, very quickly in the first few laps, and then it's petered out and just stagnated at that 5-second marker. So the teammates may be trying to work together. They may also be just wanting to have a go at each other as well, but the 26 and 25 about to bond and punch. Oh, that there is a bit of contact with one of those bollards on the side of the road. We were speaking about pre-race, Scott, some of the issues with if you make contact with some of the guys around the track. Although, is that actually a piece of car?
That's a guard. That's
a
the
guard.
Guard lining,
yeah, the inside of the guard. So I wonder if that's come off his car, or if that may have come off the 66's car previously when it went round.
Well, there goes the bollard. Okay, that'll do it.
Yeah.
So we're actually just looking at things. Striking that bollard's worth 2,000 baht. To give you some sort of, I don't know how many people the world over use the Australian dollar, but it'll give you a little bit more comparison. Don't be afraid to go and have a look, and you can actually see how much slower all of a sudden the 25 machine of Pencha Y Prep is a little bit further back. It is 2,000 baht for striking a bollard. If the bollard has to be replaced, it's 4,000 baht per bollard. So that's about 85 Australian dollars for striking the bollard, and about 170 or so for a replacement bollard to be added to the circuit. So, and conversion to US dollars is about 61 US dollars for striking it, so about 122 for a replacement bollard. That just gets added to your weekend costs. Realistically, though, that's not the most expensive part. I think, honestly, that inside guard lineup might be a little bit more expensive. We reckon labour costs on that would probably be a little bit more to replace.
I'd say so. It's not going to be a quick job, plus also replacing the part as well. So, you know, when you put everything in perspective of, well, it's cost me this much to strike the bollard, but it's going to cost even more to replace the inner wheel arch of the car, all of a sudden you realise, oh, hitting the bollard's actually not that bad.
Well, in the meantime, it's just made things a little bit easier now for, actually, sorry, my apologies, it was Adapon Koyosa. So there was a change of position down at the turn 3 hairpin. So it's car 26 that's actually missing the guard lining. And the reason for that is, I would say that would be his first time tipping the car in, tracking behind a car like that. So all really visibility of that corner was a little bit more blindsided. Tips it in, he's a fraction on the inside of it, collects the bollard.
It's a game of margins, unfortunately, and that margin has been overextended just a little bit. Here's the 24 of Tham Phrong, leading that Legends class, as we mentioned before. I have to notice as well that the in behind the leader of the ladies class, Alyssa Kunkwine, is already moved up now to P6, so she's made a couple of good gains early in this race. As well as we're just about to the halfway point here, 16 minutes left on the clock. Field has spread just a little bit now as well, but for the race leader Vongsapat Katsiri, he is unchallenged at this point. The 5.1 second gap back to Y-Prip, and then Kayosa in P3, dropping back as well after that incident as well.
Do you see what I saw on the start gantry?
I did not, unfortunately.
Yeah, black and white flags for track violations yet again.
I was looking at the timing at the wrong time, it seems. But yes, as we know, throughout the first race and into this race now as well, it appears that track limits are a suggestion for some drivers more so than a rule to follow.
They're policeable.
They're policeable, but maybe the drivers are thinking that it's a suggestion more so than a rule. I'm sure it's not going to be the last time we see that graphic on the timing gantry across the day. In fact, I would argue the Super Inco coming up after this one, we're probably going to see it quite a few times, would be my assumption. Even though they've only got 12 laps, they may do it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. The good news about Super Eco is there are only 12 laps, so get your Go Fast tickets in and punch them out and use them.
You might as well use them to your advantage. As we can see going down towards next few corners, the 15. This is Alyssa Kungwang, the only ladies class driver out there. She's doing a ripper job today, Scott. Isn't she up to P6 now? Only about 6 seconds away from the top 5. So if there was a mistake to be made from a driver ahead of her, she could realistically make that spot and get into the top 5, but maybe needs to find a little bit more pace at this stage. We've only had one driver drop out of this race thus far. That is Clayton Nelms. Unfortunately, we assume had a gear shift issue in the early stages of this race, and he's now dropped out of this one. And then we've had an issue as well for Bangfot Unstrukal as well. Unfortunately, just run wide off track at one stage, and fans there, early day for them, and they're ready for a full day of racing to come later this afternoon.
Yep, car 15, Alyssa Kungwang into the ABS into the final corner, and a wander around and off track at the final corner as well. 86 series as well, proudly brought to us by Bangchak, sponsors for the 86 Challenge Thailand. And an opportunity to get out there in and amongst different cars as well. I mean, the Toyota 86 is there's actually a Toyota 86. I'm in a tiny town actually. Since the last time that you guys have actually, I've been broadcasting here for the Thailand Super Series. I've actually been through a whole host of moves. There's actually a lovely Toyota 86 that's actually around the corner. Every opportunity I see it going past, I generally wander out front, have a chat to the owners, see what they've been up to in terms of modifications of their cars. Lovely car. Heavily modified. But it's one of those ones that's, in terms of car culture, is the 86 a loved car or not? And the challenge is, a lot of people, the debate is, do you think it's an air quotes basic car? Because it's out there and it is one of those popular low-level cars, really? So does that make it too popular because it is low-level and everyone could sort of have access to them? But at the same time, it's one of those cheaper cars that gives you that sportier feel. It's the modern day Supra, I would be saying, and that's.
I would maybe compare it more so. I don't know. Would you say a Supra was more accessible in the 90s than say a JZX 100 Chaser was, Scott? I mean, or even a Toyota Sora or something like that. But it is a very accessible car. It's very accessible in terms of modifications on it as well. There is a reason why it is a popular car amongst car culture enthusiasts, not only here in Australia, but of course in Japan as well, for a modern sort of sportier, cheaper car. And it's a great ground model. It's a great sort of ground level car to get yourself started maybe in a car scene or even car modification as well. And relatively speaking, it's actually not that bad on its fuel economy too. So they're actually a very smart to purchase car if you did want a more sportier car in your garage at home as well. Looking throughout that, and I think more car manufacturers need to try and get in and get around making these sorts of cars. We know that there are other Japanese car manufacturers trying to do this once again, but Toyota's been fantastic at doing this now for the last few decades of getting these sporty little hot cars out there and making sure that owners have got an opportunity to buy a car that's affordable, but also something they can take out on a weekend and have a lovely drive somewhere as well.
Yeah, really modern MX-5-esque, isn't it? About the only difference between this and the MX-5 is that soft option. You don't get that option in a Toyota 86 realistically. So it's right there and amongst that's sort of what you're pitching at as. And they're little buzz boxes. They're fun. They're cheap. I think that's the benefit of it. And one of the problems that we've probably had as we've grown into this era is racing's gotten more and more and more expensive. You even look at go-kart, all the way from the bottom up. The way that tyres and that sort of thing has gone over the last several years is everything's getting more expensive at all levels. So if there's anything that you can do to make that cheaper, and again, it's this cheap-ish platform, and it's the reason why Hyundai Excel Racing took off in Australia and is now starting to fade off a little bit, is because the cars were everywhere. what is effectively one of the most stolen, and I had this said to me by police officers actually when I was a lot younger. Do you know Hyundai Excel's one of the most stolen cars in the country? The reason for it is everything's plastic. You can just chip away and break at things. But they were cheap, they were popular because all the parts were there and accessible and replaceable. And that's the goal of the Toyota 86 platform, is to give young drivers. And the difference between what we used to have and what we have now is that even your entry level, that's a mechanical black flag. Do you just see that in the background for car 24? That was a meatball flag for car 24.
Yeah, that's leader of the Legends class, Thamrong Mahamdun Rongkul, who's out there in P4 at the moment. So something is wrong with that car and it has to come into pit lane and get it sorted. This will promote Alyssa Kunkwang, who we've been speaking about, up into the top 5 now when that car has to come into pit lane. And that will very likely end their race because there's only 9 minutes left on the clock, Scott, and there's no pit stops obviously happening in this race as well. So that's going to drop them right to the back of the field, and that'll take that car well out of contention for that top 5.
Yeah. I don't know what the problem is, whether or not it's total. But just looking at the car, it's fine. I can't.
Fine.
Unless it's something technical or electrical that they're able to sense about that car. But the thing is about a meatball flag, you have to respond to that. That's not continue circulating. The other option is it windows? See both of the windows are completely down on that car?
Yeah, it might be that they have to have the windows up, and that's why they've given it a mechanical black flag. So he might have to come into pit lane, put the windows up, and then go back out on circuit again.
Don't know. Well, I mean, if you can reach over and put those windows up, I mean, you can do that from inside the car, but we've got no communication about what that mechanical black flag is at this point in time, so I don't know what to pass on at this point in time.
His window net's down.
Window net,
there
you go.
is down. Yeah. So he needs to put the window net up, and then the meatball flag will go away for the 24 car. But I'm unsure if he can actually do that while he circulates, or if he will need to bring it into pit lane to have the team help him do that either. That's the problem. Although he is still going, so...
Well, he's been through twice now since that flag's been out.
He'll have to come in this lap if he does. If he doesn't fix it, he'll have to come in this lap. So he either needs to try and do it down this straight towards turn 3 if he can. If he can't, he'll have to come into pit lane, and the team will have to help him put it back. He's not. He's just going. So.
But the window nets are. I can see. Definitely
it might not be far enough up though. That might be the issue.
It might be fast. You might be right. Yeah.
So we'll try and we'll see if we get the opportunity to have a good angle at it. That'll give us the story of how. Yeah, it's not actually even covering far enough forward to where the mirror is. So I have a feeling that it's not far enough up, possibly not latched in properly. And for him to do that, he would have to bring it into pit lane for it to be latched up correctly. So if he doesn't, then race control will probably further that penalty to some degree.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely be. You've got to fix that. It's a safety issue. But he's actually lost time. Do you see that in the car 16 immediately behind? So whether or not he's aware of that and he's now trying to actually do something about it as well, is worthwhile just raising and just voicing, being aware of. For the meantime, doing all that he can to keep that car 24 alive.
You see there. So I wonder actually if it is something. Well, they've stated it's the window net. So he's either trying to fix it and he's unable to turn the corner. I don't think anything else is wrong with the car. Obviously, I mean, Race Control have told us that it's from the window net, but still, it's very, very odd that it's not put on there properly. We're gonna have about 5 minutes to go when we get to the line in just a moment's notice, and we expect that car to come down pit lane, because if he doesn't, as we said, Race Control will more than likely extend that penalty to something else, whether it's a drive-through or whether it's another penalty of some sorts, just to phone home that you've got to follow it, and he is into pit lane now. So he's done the right thing and come in. So the team will have to fix that and get it sorted. He'll get back out there. It won't take him very long, of course, to put the window net back up properly. But just the crew member wearing the bike helmet is it's a very, very good choice. Of course, they've got there it is there. Yeah. So that explains why. So they'll get it fixed, they'll get him back out there, and hopefully he doesn't get another mechanical black flag to his name. Yeah.
Smoking. They're certainly working overtime at the front end of that thing. So
less than 5 minutes to go now. Scott, that's promoted the 15 of Alyssa Kungklang up into the top 5 after starting down the order today. The only ladies class driver out there. She will get the class win, of course, for her class, being the only one out there, but now she's only got to make the last 4.5 minutes, and she'll get a top 5 finish overall as well, and a great drive for her in this field.
Yeah, done a phenomenal job. But really, she's driven right throughout the field. But the big thing is kept the laps together and kept herself in contention, not let any mechanical issues bring her to grief. Lap time's starting to fall off. Everyone's back outside that 2:01 margin. The back end of this one, Adapon's fallen a fair way from the rear end of Pancha White Prep as the race has gone on. So, deeper into this one that we get, the less opportunities that are available. You can see on the gaps, the entire field is spread out with under 4 minutes now left to go. So next time past the stripe, and I believe Vongsapat's just gone by that one now. I believe we'll have 2 more plus 1 lap left to go in this final race of the 86 Challenge for the weekend.
What a good weekend it's been, Scott, and obviously so much more to come throughout the day as well. And this race, you know, yes, the field is spread just slightly, but these drivers have done well to keep themselves neat and tidy throughout the whole thing. I mean, yes, there's been a couple of drivers with some issues. Obviously, we mentioned Clayton Nelms with his, what we assumed was gear shifting issue that took him out of the race, and the mistake from Benfot put him down to P8, and then that mechanical black flag for them wrong that took him out of the top 5. But at this stage and throughout this whole race, Katsiri has been leading the way at such a strong form that those B-Quik cars of Pancha Wyprip and Adapon, who has the damage to that wheel well, have just been unable to chase him down and put the pressure on him for the race win.
No, absolutely not. He's set such a good pace up front. Now starting to ail is Vongsapat, but the margin's 4.5 seconds, so you know, a little bit too late for it to be relevant to the overall race picture. So unfortunately, not much you can really do about that other than get the head down and keep circulating, keep trying to put speed into the race car. Again, the hazard lights activating and giving us the picture of how hard the ABS is being used. You never actually see it on throttle for a lot of these guys either. It's just the ABS kicking in. We're not seeing flashing for traction control systems kicking in.
I have to wonder if they're even maybe breaking traction that often. Unsure, but yeah, I mean that the ABS has been working overtime in this race. There you see it working again. The 26 car of Antipon in P3. Here is Sorowit C-Tang. We haven't really spoken about them too much today. They did notice in the pre-race prior to the start, you see that 100 mile an hour tape across the front bonnet of this car. So obviously it's had some issues with the bonnet latching down across the weekend, and beautiful looking car that's been put together by that team. And he's made it. He's going to try and make it to the end of this race. You know, bonnet's held on. He's managed to drive well, and he's only probably got 2 more laps, you would argue, Scott, to make this car to the checkered flag.
Every day is a good day when you get 100. That doesn't even look like 100 mile an hour tape. That just looks like regular old duct tape.
It might just be duct tape.
Yeah.
Duct or gaffer tape, one of the two. Just holding it down, doing the business, doing a job, and doing it really, really well.
Does the job.
Yeah.
Still the ABS. All over it, all the way around the track. They're just, you know, you're generally taught you want to be right up and against the ABS, but not really kind of into it. These guys just hard into the ABS, hard into the driver assist. That's what they're there for.
That's right. Pushing them to their limits and trying to find every little, I don't want to say advantage, because running your ABS is probably not much of an advantage, but trying to find as much speed as they can through these corners. And for Vongsapat Katsiri, it'll be 1 more lap when he gets to the start-finish line in what has been just a dominant performance throughout this race. Broke away early across the first 4 laps, broke out to a 5-second lead, then raced it to 5.5 seconds and has maintained that gap throughout the last 20 minutes or so of this race, and he is earning this one. 1 to go, final lap for B-Quik Thailand as we come up to the line and begin the white flag here at Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, just having a look at the racing action at the moment. For everyone that's just tuning in right throughout the globe, hello and welcome to the English language coverage for the Thailand Super Series. 2026 Challenge, a new part of the broadcast and the coverage here in 2026. This car's already been off the road once today. Is this going to be a second moment for car number 66? It is.
It is.
Around it goes again.
Yep. That could just come down to a setup issue, maybe a little bit too much towards the rear. Now, there was a handicap system being put in place for this race. Those drivers under 80 kilograms have got some ballast put into their cars. That could be a factor, or as we said, just the setup of that car might just be a little bit too rearward, and the rears are not liking it to this stage.
Yep, for now though, final lap, final time down through turn 5 for B-Quik Thailand. It is going to be a margin back over 6 seconds at the start of this lap. What will it look like out the other side? At the moment, doing everything he needs to lock this one in. Final time through turn 8. At no stage has this car looked to be sliding those tyres through the corners. It's been smooth, clean, under control for B-Quik Thailand. And the run up the hill to turn 12 for the final time. Successful in the final race of the weekend for the Toyota 86 Challenge. And for the first weekend of the year, victory. What will it bring going forwards? That will be the question that everyone will be asking. Was Clayton able to take it to him if he had a car that came with him? The 2 B-Quik cars are going to come home for a formation finish as well.
A finish for those 3 drivers on the podium. Sarawat Sitang will come across the line in P4. We mentioned that's 100 mile an hour tape or possible just duct tape that's on the car. He's done well up into P4, and Alyssa Kunkwang back in P5, the only lady in the field. You see there the celebration from the fans for Sarawat. Alyssa will come across the line. She'll get the top 5 and class win for herself as well in that ladies class. In behind her as well, Scott Chinawat Kantapong will lead the Legends class to the line as well for P6. It's a solid finish for that an entry. He was at the back of the field at the start of this one. Good job to get up to P6, and that win for the class as well.
Yeah, get the job done as best they can. Final running results, B-Quik Thailand from Pancha Waiprip, Adapon Kurasa tagged a bollard in the middle of that race. Down here at turn 4. Sarawat Saitang home in P4, Elisa Kunkwang in P5, Chinawat, Thamrong and Banfot, the 8 cars that make it home. Confirmation once again of your podium. They're in the overall category as well. The ladies driver home ahead of the 3 legends to make the flag. Mr. Kunkwang for Redline BBMP Racing in Ladies Cup. Chinawat from Thamrong and Banfot, your legends drivers home at the tail end of the field.
The overall results as well. B-Quik ahead of Pencha, Antapon on the podium. Sarawat, Alyssa for the top 5 at the end of that one. Best lap time as well for B-Quik Thailand in that one. Scott, 158.882 to no surprise. That was done when he was gaining his race lead at the beginning of the race today. After that, he averaged around about the 2-minute lap times for the rest of the half an hour. As they'll bring it into pit lane, prepare for the celebrations and prepare for their post-race interviews to come. And I don't believe we'll get any English interviews. I think they might all be Thai drivers. So we may have a chance just to chat a little bit more about the 8.6s and what's to come up next, Scott, in the Super Eco class for 12 laps of their race as well. As there is Vang Spot Katsiri. Lines it up in the P1 position. Great drive. And those B-Quik drivers as well of Pancha Waiprip. And great job for Adapon Kiosa after losing that inner wheel arch to get home in P3. That's a great drive from those podium drivers out there.
Yep, job done. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll walk back. We'll let Goody walk through all of the interviews and we'll get ourselves prepped for Super Eco that'll be coming here in just a few moments. Before we get underway with the last race of the morning, and it'll be the final race of the Super Ecos for the weekend. Reminder, post the luncheon break and in the secondary half of our YouTube streams for the day, there will be a second link posted before we get over there. GT3s will kick off the afternoon's racing action alongside of the GTMs, GT4s and GTCs before the final race of the day. Whether or not it's the most exciting, that will depend upon the race fan, but 37 super pickups will take to the Chang International Circuit. Ladies and gents, we'll be back with more action for the Chang International Circuit shortly.
เอาละครับท่านผู้ชมครับก็สิ้นสุดแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่น 86 Challenge Thailand by Presented by บางจากนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนนะครับอันดับที่3เป็นของ B-Quik Racing นะครับเหนื่อยเลยนะครับพี่เป็นไงบ้างครับสำหรับความรู้สึกในการแข่งขันในเรสนี้
รู้สึกดีครับก็จบที่3ได้นะฮะ
ครับ
แล้วก็ตื่นเต้นเหมือนเดิมแต่ตื่นเต้นน้อยกว่าเมื่อวานนิดหน่อย
ก็ต้องบอกว่าB-Quikเนี่ยก็คือพัฒนาเรื่องของนักแข่งมาไม่ว่าจะเป็นในหลายรุ่นนะครับซึ่งรุ่นนี้ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งที่ให้ความสำคัญและให้ความสนใจนะครับและส่งต่อไปในสนามหน้าซึ่งเราจะไปกันที่บางแสนกลางปีมีความพร้อมยังไงครับตื่นเต้นไหมครับ
ก็ตื่นเต้นนะเพราะว่าเป็นสนามที่เป็นสตรีทเซอร์กิตนะครับไม่มีแบบ plan of area นะก็ต้องทุกอย่างต้องรอบคอบและระมัดระวังครับ
ครับผมก็อยากให้พี่นะครับฝากถึงแฟนๆที่คอยติดตามพี่ไปถึงสนามต่อไปครับ
ครับก็ฝากเพื่อนๆเชียร์เบอร์26ด้วยนะครับอัตพลแก้วอาสาครับ B-Quik Racing ครับ
ครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับไปครับไปต่อนะครับอันดับที่2นะครับยังเป็นของ B-Quik Racing พี่เจนะครับปัญจาไวพริบครับสวัสดีครับหายเหนื่อยยังครับ
พอหายแล้วครับ
โอเคเป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับสนามนี้
ก็สนุกมากๆครับผม
ครับสนุกมากมันมาก
เราใจมากร้อนมาก
และเดี๋ยวมันจะต้องมีความมันกันต่อในสนามหน้านะครับที่บางแสน
ครับผม
นะครับอันนี้เราก็ยังไม่รู้เนาะเพราะทุกคนนี่เท่ากันหมดเลยนะครับเป็นสนามสตรีทเซอร์กิตที่หลายๆคนแบบอยากจะไปโดยเฉพาะอย่างนี้พี่เจจะต้องไปกับรุ่นนี้ด้วย
ครับผม
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆนะครับพี่เจครับ
ครับฝากเชียร์ผมด้วยนะครับเจปัญจาไวพริบเบอร์25อยู่ทีม B-Quik Racing นะครับครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณครับแสดงความยินดีนะครับกับ B-Quik Racing นะครับและอันดับ1นะครับเป็นของ Intl Racing Team Thailand จากน้องเรียววงศพัฒน์เกษริครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
เหมือนตอนก่อนแข่งครับร้อน
ครับหลังแข่งก็ยังร้อนเหมือนเดิมร้อนกว่าเดิมด้วยนะ
ร้อนกว่าเดิมในรถนี่เหมือนซาวน่าเลยครับ
โอ้โหจริงไหมฮะ
ครับมีช่วงหนึ่งตอนแข่งช่วงทางตรงต้องเปิดกระจกออกมาก็เอามือกวักลมเข้ารถเลย
เหรอขนาดนั้นเลยนะ
ใช่เทียบกับทัวริงนี่คนละเรื่องเลยครับคันนี้ร้อนกว่าเยอะมาก
แต่ก็ในเรื่องของช่วงแรกๆเนี่ยระยะห่างของเราระหว่างรถที่ตามมาก็คือนำไปเยอะแต่ก็ลดเรสเพคลงนะครับใช่ไหมฮะถูกเพื่อรีเมค
แรกๆตอนที่ออกมาแล้วเราได้ เราได้นำอยู่ข้างหน้าชิงจังหวะได้เราก็พยายามตอกเบสแลปเพื่อพยายามหนีเหมือนที่พูดว่าไม่อยากชุลมุนอยู่กับกลุ่มพอผ่านไปได้มีแกลบสัก 4-5 วิแล้วก็ชะลอเพสลงมาเพื่อเซฟยางเซฟเครื่อง
ครับเพราะฉะนั้นถือว่าวันนี้ก็เป็นอีก1 วันแห่งความสำเร็จของเรียว
ครับผม
ครับฝากถึงแฟนๆครับเรียว
ก็อย่างแรกเลยต้องขอบคุณ Irimitsu Racing Team Thailand by AP ที่ให้โอกาสผมมาแข่ง 86 Challenge แล้วก็ Super Touring นะครับแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์เบอร์ 33 ใน 2 รุ่นด้วยครับ
ครับวงสภัสเกียรติศิริน้องเรียวนะครับแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งครับนะฮะคุณผู้ชมครับความมันยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเรามีกันต่อนะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้ไปพบกับห้องบรรยายก่อนครับ เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับอยู่กับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 นะครับที่สนามช้างบุรีรัมย์เซอร์กิตจังหวัดบุรีรัมย์แห่งนี้นะครับแน่นอนตอนนี้เราอยู่กับท่ามกลางของรุ่นที่ทุกคนเนี่ยอยากจะดูนะครับนั่นก็คือรุ่น Thailand Super Eco นะครับสนามนี้เป็นสนามที่ 3 แล้วนะครับซึ่งวันนี้นะครับก็จากกฎของการ reverse grid เมื่อวานเนี่ยนะครับรพัฒน์กรวงศิรินะครับเข้ามาเป็นอันดับ 5 วันนี้เขาจึงต้องมาอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทที่ 1 ไปดูกันว่าวันนี้เขามีโอกาสแล้วนะครับที่จะทำคะแนนนะครับที่จะเข้าก่อนเนี่ยเป็นอย่างไรบ้างไปคุยกันนะครับแน่นอนนะครับรพัฒน์กรวงศิริอยู่ในทีม Honda บางเขนโมตุนby Squad Racing นะครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
เป็นยังไงบ้างครับสำหรับวันนี้สนามที่ 3 แล้วนะของรุ่น Thailand Super Eco นะครับ
ครับผม
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับอันนี้ตรงนี้ฮะโอเคพูดเลยครับพี่ปั๊บ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
ตื่นเต้นยังตื่นเต้นอีกแล้วครับ
ตื่นเต้นครับในปีที่ 3 ครับก็ขึ้นโพลครั้งแรกครับ
นะครับโอ้โหแน่นอนเนาะกับรายการใหญ่พูดถึงรายการ Thailand Super Series หน่อยครับ
ต้องบอกว่ากฎเกณฑ์ค่อนข้างสติ๊กที่ดีนะฮะเพราะว่าทุกอย่างแล้วเท่าเทียมกันหมดในการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ผมค่อนข้างที่จะแฮปปี้ครับแล้วก็ทุกปีที่มาก็ร่วมสนุกทุกปีครับผมแล้วก็จะร่วมสนุกต่อไปครับ
ชอบสนามไหนเวลาเราแข่งซึ่งแต่ละสนามมีความแตกต่างกันหมด
แน่นอนครับก็ต้องเป็นบางแสนเพราะเป็นสตรีทเซอร์กิตครับผม
ครับผมการเซ็ตรถต่างกันไหมพี่ปั๊บ
ต่างทุกปีครับ
ในฐานะที่คุณก็ทำอู่ทำอะไรเองด้วยเนี่ยนะฮะมันก็มีความยากของมันถูกไหม
ใช่ครับ
เพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยมันแต่เราก็จะได้เปรียบนะในเรื่องของข้อมูลต่างนะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นอยากจะให้พี่ปั๊บเนี่ยฝากถึงคนที่อยากจะเข้ามาเป็นนักแข่ง
โอเคครับ
ครับ
สำหรับคนที่ชื่นชอบนะครับในการแข่งขันมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับทุกคนสามารถเข้ามาร่วมสนุกได้ทุกรายการเนาะโดยเฉพาะ TSS เนี่ยผมต้องบอกอย่างนี้ว่ารุ่น Eco เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นรุ่นเริ่มต้นไม่ได้ใช้เงินเยอะมากนะครับแนะนำว่าลองปรึกษาคนรอบข้างดูที่เขาอยู่ในมอเตอร์สปอร์ตนะครับแล้วก็แนะนำว่าลองให้ได้มาสัมผัสสักครั้งหนึ่งแล้วคุณจะติดใจเหมือนผมครับ
ครับผมฝากถึงเพื่อนๆหน่อยครับพี่ปั๊บครับ
ก็ฝากครับผมก็รพัฒน์กรวงศิริเบอร์ 87 ครับด้านบางเขนโมตุนไทยแลนด์ by Squad Racing Team ครับผม Super Eco ครับผม
ครับผมขอบคุณครับเป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับไปดูในกริดที่2นะครับหมายเลข17นะครับเสียปัววี่นะครับอันนี้มาจาก Intl Motorsport นะครับแน่นอนนะสวัสดีครับ Hello Wow how are you
I'm good
Nice to meet you today we have to talk together All right so this is a race 3 How do you prepare for this race before you have to go to the racing bank Street Circuit Yes
So lucky that everything went well.
Yes.
The team did a last minute build out of the car and really give me a very good car to drive.
Yes, good cooperation with your team too?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next race you have to go to the racing banks and street circuits. How do you feel?
I feel really. I'm looking forward to the Bangsan race because I really love the circuit. It's so tight and so challenging.
Yes.
Can't wait for it.
Okay. Last question, leave a comment to Thai fans who are supporting you.
Thank you everyone for welcoming me to Thailand and I hope put up a good show for you guys, supporting me online and in the circuit.
Yes.
So let's hope for the best today.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you everyone.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
โอเคคือเขาก็บอกว่าเขาก็ถือว่าเป็นความโชคดีนะครับที่ได้แข่งขันในครั้งนี้แล้วก็พยายามที่จะร่วมแข่งนะครับคือก็พยายามรอคอยกับสนามบางแสนที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้นแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆนะครับที่ได้ให้กำลังใจเชียร์เขานะครับมานะครับกันต่อนะฮะหมายเลขนี้เลย93แตงครับปรันเมธนะครับเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
เหมือนเดิมครับตื่นเต้นเหมือนเดิมครับมาอยู่ข้างหน้าเหมือนเดิมครับ
ที่ผ่านมาขับรุ่นใหญ่ทัวริงแล้วก็มาอีโคแตกต่างกันไหม
แตกต่างครับขับอีโคที่ต้องอาศัยความละเอียดมากกว่าเยอะเหมือนกันครับ
แต่เห็นคุณชอบไปบ่นอยู่ในหูนะให้โค้ชคุณเนี่ยบอกเหนื่อยจังเลยท้อจังเลยเนี่ยยังไงฮะคือเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับคุณครับ
ก็มีบ้างครับพอรถมันเริ่มไหลไปข้างหลังก็มีบ้างครับ
อ๋ออย่าท้อนะครับทุกอย่างมันอยู่ที่ใจมันไม่สำคัญเลยครับว่าภายใต้เครื่องยนต์เนี่ยมันจะเป็นเครื่องอะไรแต่มันสำคัญที่ว่าใครอยู่หลังพวงมาลัยตั้งหากขอยืมบทความนี้มาหน่อยโอเคแต่ครับเดี๋ยวสนามหน้าบางแสนแล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
เหมือนเดิมครับบางแสนก็เป็นสนามที่ชอบอยู่แล้วครับ ชอบวิ่งบางแสนที่สุดแหละครับ
ครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็น่าจะสนุกเนาะครับโอเคฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
ฝากเชียร์เบอร์ 93 ด้วยนะครับพลันเมธปอนาครัตน์ครับ C2 Tech Phoenix by เป๊ะลงโปครับ
ครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณมากครับ
เป็นกำลังใจให้นะครับแต่งครับแล้วก็ทุกท่านเลยครับที่อยู่ด้านหลังผมนี้ทุกคันเลยนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Super Eco สนาม 3 แล้วนะครับใครจะเป็นแชมป์ติดตามกันให้ดีกับ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 ครับ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back for the last race of the first half of today's racing action. Cutting our way through the field. This is one that was basically the follow-up to some of the best racing yesterday. We were saying, the super pickups were going to be the be-all and end-all. And, well, Super Eco went, hang on, hold my beer. And took off and was one of the most fantastic races yesterday. Varanchit was one of the quickest drivers and, in fact, got out to a reasonably sized lead. But the difficulty for him was the fact that he ended up exceeding track limits a little bit too far and was told you need to circulate back through the pit lane and take yourself a drive-through penalty. A penalty for making a gain off the racing circuit effectively compromised him. He will start race 2 of this weekend all the way down in 10th spot, and that means some work to do.
A lot of work to do for Varanchit, of course, but for Rapkathorn Wong Siri, he'll be starting off that pole position, of course, with Jiboro Jonathan alongside him as well. We've got another Australian in the field who had a good finish yesterday on the podium. Brett Dickey will start at a P4 today as well. Scott with Panamareth Ponakarat alongside him. So heavy hitters at the front. It's going to be a tough race for some. 12-lap race, 30-minute time limit though. So if we do get a safety car, that could end things early. 0 stops, of course. All classes are racing together through the overall, the C plus and the C class as well. And as we stated for the last race too, overall and class points are up for grabs here today. But it will be a standing start, no rolling start for these cars. And watching back the action of yesterday's race, Scott, this one could be an absolute doozy. These drivers go for it tooth and nail. There's Ronnie in the 66. He's excited. He's ready to go for this one here as well. 69 entry of Cornprom for C2 Tech out there as well. They're all preparing themselves for this race start. Now, there was a little bit of time delay, of course, this one, Scott, due to the time delay on the grid of the last race of the 8-6 challenge. More than likely that time will be taken back from the lunch break coming up after this race. There is Nathaya out there as well. She looks ready to go. It's exciting times for Super Eco Racing. As you can hear the engine starting to rev, it really feels like almost like a lining up for a toge with all these little pocket rockets out there, and I'm sure it's going to be a fun one for them here at the Chang International Circuit.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be very interesting in the least. It's going to give us something exciting to sort of talk about and have a crack at for the start of this morning's racing action. The big thing, ladies and gentlemen, sit down, buckle yourselves in. 12 laps. It is short. It is quick. It is aggressively firing these cars around the racetrack as quickly as they possibly can. It is only a 120 brake horsepower. They are light little machines. This is the entry-level racing category we have available to us here as a part of Thailand Super Series, and you can see they're about to head off on their formation lap as well from the front end of the field. Rolling start for 27 cars that will take standing start for the 27 cars who will take to the field here this afternoon. This morning, last race of this morning, before we get underway with this afternoon's activities.
As we look to the Chang International Circuit, we've run through it already twice over today, and as well for these Super Eco cars, if you've not seen it before, 900 kilograms, 120 brake horsepower on board these cars. They'll hit about 192 kph plus, depending on their gear ratio. Front wheel drive for all of them, manual gearbox, but gear ratios are free for them. They are the road car derived combustion 11-1. Manufacturers will see in this race across Toyota, Honda and Suzuki. They're basically a road car chassis and body shell, and once again running that E20 fuel. So They'll be burning up rubber on those giddy tyres, ready to push on for this race of 12 laps, or if it has to go time certain, half an hour. As we said, it's got their little pocket rockets. And for this new tyre that's come aboard these cars of that 195 50R15s, the GTR2s, should get good grip out of these tyres for these cars. Saw them gripping up yesterday in their race, and you feel the energy and the pressure beginning to build here at the Chang International Circuit. Based out of the Buriram region here in Thailand. Run up towards turn 1, down through 2 and into sector 2 at turn 3. Run around 4, 5 and 6. That's where the hot zone's been this morning, up to sector 3, turn 7, 8, 9, through 10, 11, down towards turn 12. That sector 2, that's really been the hot spot for all the action in the first 2 races today.
Yep, you expect to see it on turn 3 in this race, and then out the other side, expecting a lot of bravery. Yesterday we had a car around on 1 this race. Here's your front row, Robert Korn from Showboy U. He led laps yesterday off of P2. Farameth and Brett Dickey is going to be lining up on row number 2, who was the team cars that brought home 1 and 2 yesterday. He'll start 4 and 5 in a reverse order from where they finished yesterday for Aaron Haikal and Zarfan off of row number 3, Aikachai and Chawish off of row number 4. Back to the last row inside the top 10, Wong Yu in the 21 machine and Baron Chit with work to do from 10th spot on the grid. Sudanai from Pure D out of 11th and 12th. Yot Monchu out of 13th spot will be off alongside of Thanatas out of 14th spot, will be coming at 6th. Ronnie Risman doesn't have to come from the rear of the field today. Car 65th, he will be 15th. And alongside of him was the 69 machine. The 51 of Panawat and the 57 in Tataya, Sitnan and Thanarath out of the 7 and 23 machines, 19th and 20th. Jurapat and Sorowich out of 21st and 22nd, 47 and 61 respectively. Nadawalan in the 88 machine out of 23rd, and Thirapan in the 39 machine out of 24th. Akawat in the 55 machine from 25th. Kitnat in the 44 from 26th. And the final car on the grid, Nick Tao Hongju in the number 9 car to come from the rear of the field. Standing start on the way for the Thailand Super Ecos.
We know as well, so it'll be Wong Siri on pole for the C+ class. Jibu or the pole of the Eco All class, and the C class pole sitter Nataya Nutamanop out of P18. Those are your class pole sitters for this one.
Go. Revs will start to build. The standing start of the Thailand Super Ecos and the run down to turn number 1. Still waiting, I think, for the green flag from the rear of the field. Still waiting on the green flag at the moment. She's waiting on her call. And we have the green flag from the rear end of the field. The revs will start to rise as we get the 5 lights coming on from the front end of the field. And Chang International Circuit, Thailand Super Eco for the final race of the weekend for them on the run down to turn number 1. As everyone crawls off the grid nice and slowly, with all 120 horses available to them, they will make the most of them that they possibly can, side by side, for the first time through turn number 1. And everyone utilising all of the room that's available to them. Here comes the drafting capabilities. We heard from Brett Dickey the communication and working together between himself and Aaron Haikal yesterday. How will they work together today? Blocking all the way across to the inside and into the grass on the run down to turn number 3. Big old dive, and that will be Aaron Haikal, who goes from 4th or 5th place to the race lead at turn 3. Parks it up on the apex, out the other side, and the Suzuki Swift steals the race lead.
Horrible exit from him though, and it's allowed Mongsiri to come straight, Jibu right back at him as they continue to fight up towards turn 4. 3 wide into the braking zone further back. Can they hang on to it through here? Oh, a little bit of coverage, bit of a wiggle as well. Somehow he pulled it up. And the scramble of cars into turn 5, they've somehow made it work for them. And you can see that here comes Aaron Haikal looking for the race lead. Can he get it on Jonathan Shebu? Is he going to have to give it up? Oh my God, unbelievable racing between them here on lap 1.
Yeah, lap 1 of 12. The Thailand Super Eco is absolutely throwing down at the early phases of things. Now the run down here in, again, reminder, 120 brake horsepower, light little front wheel drive cars. This is the entry level as entry level can possibly get in terms of chassis-based fixed car racing. No open wheelers as a part of the Thailand Super Series for round number 1 in 2026. On the climb back up and down the crest, they are 2x2. They are nearly 3x3 deeper on in that field. It's going to be Jonathan Joyboyu. He led laps early yesterday, and then the tyres started to fail and ail as he fell back through the field. You can see at the number 89 of Varanchit started out of 10th place. He will complete lap 1 in 10th place. Everyone looking for a little bit of racing room off at the final corner and well and truly beyond track boundaries. Joyboyu gets through. Now it's going to be the 87 machine of Rapat Cornwall Series going to try and challenge from the C+ category and take some room. And there are 2 cars taking a lot more room than everybody else. Margin's starting to be picked up, and it's going to be the 21, I believe, of Wong Yu Chong, who's following down in there. Indeed it is. Gets to the inside of Aaron Haikal. Haikal's going to open the corner up and look to go right the way around the outside. And look at the brakes. In fact, turns in too early. Rotates both cars in front of the field. They both manage to catch it with a little bit of a power slide out the other side.
Well, you
Front
saw
wheel
the
cars,
entry.
jab the throttle, the thing comes back around.
Oh, you saw the entry there, Scott, and the angle of entry. It never looked like he was far enough up to get across the nose of that car, and unfortunately contacts were made. Those have now dropped position, but look at the scramble of cars that have come onto the back of Aaron Haikal now as they run through turn 5 up towards turn 6, continuing to push the position on the inside run. There at 6 there. Good bit of battling that there for those drivers, of course. And for those who may not be aware of the car types that are throughout this race, we know we've got a Suzuki Swift of Aaron Haikal. Of course, got Toyota Yaris's as well. That's being shown up by Wong Yu Chong out there now battling into P3 past Haikal. Then we got those Honda Brios. Those are the little hatchback variants. Then the Brio Amaze is the more sedan variant of that car as well. So good little mixture of cars out here, Scott, and good to see some hot racing from these little Super Ecos.
Interesting to note as well, between the 2 Dyno Dynamics and SPY performance cars, which is Aaron Haikal and Brett Dickey, Haikal's Suzuki Swift and the Honda Brio Amaze of Brett Dickey, who's his teammate in behind him, and at the moment they're 3 wide coming off the final corner. There was a little bit of discussion between those guys and look after each other, work together at the dying stages of yesterday's race. Well, the elbows are out earlier on in this one, and Haikal's going backwards on the run to turn 1. He carries really good centre corner speed, and he'll try and support the teammate when and where he can. Dickey out and beyond track limits at the moment. Jonathan Joyboyu, when he was in and amongst the group, drifted back yesterday, burned the tyres off that car. It just sunk like a stone as the lap started to tick away. But he's been gifted an opportunity to run away. 3.4 seconds was the margin. And here's Varanchit, who's cut his way all the way through in the orange 89 machine that gets to the inside, goes for P2, steals the nose away from that thing, and now he'll try and run away out the other side.
Tight margin on the exit there. That is the 65. Now leading it, Ronnie Risbon leading this pack of cars. Watch for the 89 as well of Varanchit, pushing along here. Trying to get up alongside. A little bit of a touch between them into the braking zone. Somehow they make it through out the other side. Out of turn 4 and in towards turn 5 now as well. Car round. That is the 55, the Repsol entry of Akawat. Unfortunately, has pulled it up into the grass. We'll try and get it rejoined on the circuit, I'm sure, but hopefully we don't have to see a yellow flag because of that one. See, though, back to the battle pack here, Scott. It's continuing to heat up more and more as they try and find their way around. See a little bit of debris hanging off the side of that 89 car. She's flown away now of Varanchit as well. He might have been a tear off. Was caught in something on the side of that car. Black and white flag, exceeding track limits, car 11 for Chowish Bronzirkin. Got that warning as the race continues on, and you see Aaron Haikal trying to go for an aggressive line in the background. Up the inside. Oh.
Look at the difference in the car length between Varanchit and Ronnie Risman. How interesting is it to see those two cars going side by side in the final corner? You can see the Varanchit's a lot more stable on the exit. Ronnie Risman's car rotates all around. He started from the very back of the field yesterday and finished inside of the top 10. Today, started a significant amount further forwards, but at the moment, Varanchit will be duking it out with him, and Varanchit's managed to find a touch of speed towards the back end of the straightaway from the run from turn 1 to turn 3. Down the inside. Now for the Toyota Yaris. He'll tip it in. It's a mix as well, like you said. Honda Brio leads the way from the cockpit. Joy Boyu Jonathan Wong Yu Chung is in a Toyota Yaris. We've got more Yarises. Honda Brio Maze, Suzuki Swift. The manufacturers and the models that make up this category. Ronnie Risman's going to try and get a little bit closer. Varanchit set the fastest lap yesterday. That drive-through penalty really cost his ability to score points. That bollard's missing. Did you see that? That bollard's no longer on the inside of turn 4. Someone's just been fined $2,000 for hitting that one. In fact, it'll be $4,000 for replacing it.
I wonder it's either they've had to replace it after the contact in that 8-6 race, or someone's hit it in this one. And knowing of where there was a bit of hanging off that 8-9 entry of Varanchit, his cars are off. That's the 57 further down the order. Off the road. That's of Nataya. Now, I wonder if that 89 of Varanchit actually hit the bollard, and that might have been what we saw hanging off the side of that car before it flung away, Scott.
Yeah, that was definitely something clear sheet of stuff. Yeah. And he's not pulled some wrapping off the inside or something. Thailand Super Series replay, and it was down at turn 5, which we sort of expected it was going to be, and in contact with the number 2 machine there of Sittinen as well. Sorry, my apologies, not Sittinen, Yot Bun Chu on board car number 2. As they tangled for 17th and 18th spot. Deeper in the field, and that is a car set up. That'll be the run between turn 3 and 4, you would expect. I might leave that one there with where it's placed.
Very well may. Actually, no, that looked like... So there's a car parked at the moment, looking at the track map, there's a car parked at the end of pit lane at the moment. So whether it's there on the exit or on the entry to turn 1, I'm unsure, but yeah. So 51 has not made it. So it was the 51 car of Hanuat who's down the order today, unfortunately. So 8 laps to go on this race, and this battle is continuing to pressure Wong Yu Chung.
Well, that's for P2.
Yeah, for P2.
Varanchit and Wong Yu who've caught him up.
Yep.
So they're starting to track down the race leader as well. So Jibo Yu ran out to a very, very early lead. Fastest lap that last time around goes the way of Varanchit. And they were about a second faster than Jibo Yu. They were 7/10 faster than the 21 machine just ahead of them. And Varanchit's going to get in very deep at turn 5. Lots of brake locking, forces the 21 machine wide. This now presents a little bit of an opportunity for Ronnie Risman. 3 wide, entering turn number 6. Risman comes out. He entered the chicane and the series of corners on the rear end of this battle pack, but now he leads it. And can that 65 machine with a little bit of clear air get its way through? They were certainly starting to track down Yongwoo or Wong Yu Chu in the 21 machine. Now they have tracked him down. Now they've cleared him. But that was a lot of brake lock-ups from Varanchit. You wonder whether or not inside that car at the moment, whether or not the fillings are starting to be rattled loose.
It was a great move from Ronnie Risman to sneak the car up the inside, put it up into P2. There is Aaron Heikal leading this battle pack a little bit further back. We've got Ike Chai in behind him, as well as Ananas as well. In P8 across the line once more. Heikal taking a very impressive win yesterday in the series. Got a bit more work to do if he wanted to win today. And I think it might just be out of the realm of reach for him with only 7 laps to go here, Scott.
Never say never. Never say never.
That's true.
If he can just get a little bit of speed through the middle of the circuit, just not get assaulted. The big problem he's got in that Suzuki Swift is straight line speed. He is not the quickest car between turn 1 and turn 3. And that's his weakness. But if he can survive and he doesn't get attacked, Ikachai is not going to present him with that opportunity. Look at how good the Suzuki Swift is on the anchors down the end of turn 3. A little bit wide of the apex. And actually, the 26 machine is going to get a little bit of a hurry up. I think that might have been Thanathas in the white car in behind. Might have been the 96 machine. It was not Zafin. It is 99. Yeah, it was the 96 car. Romadi's lost position now to Faranath for P10. So this is the battle pack effectively from 6th through to 10th. Aikal will enter turn 4 with the lead of this group. But the B-Quik 26 is shadowing and starting to be a little bit more aggressive. It'll be this sector of the track where Aaron Aikal shows the speed of the Suzuki Swift. Expect to see the margin open, and he'll be in pursuit of teammate Brett Dickey and the 29 machine just down the road now as well.
We've got a confirmation as well. There has been a black and white flag handed out for track limit extensions. Scott, first time we've heard that today. 87 car of Rapid Thorn World Series. So he's been handed out a black and white warning flag, but this gaggle of cars is continuing their hot battle, all in the pursuit of chasing down the top 5. Aaron Aikal, though, has just started to break away from the cars in behind him, as you can see. Thanathas trying to put some pressure ahead as we cross the line. There is the confirmation on the timing board as well of that black and white warning flag to the 87. There's the race leader, Jonathan Giboyu, and in behind, continuing to chase him down, Runshit. And Varanchit is up into P2, Ronnie Rissan into P3, and then Wong Yu Chung into P4, but that gap has begun to shrink, but it's slowly shrinking at this stage, Scott, so it's just petering out a little bit.
Yeah, half race distance now as well as we cross the start finish line that time by. 6 of the 12 now ticked off, 6 of the 12 to go. Down to turn number 3, and you can just see Resman probably working with Varanchit a little bit at the moment. There's no sense of a major send when they're both effectively lapping at the same speed. Maybe when they get to Jonathan Joboyu, who leads the way. It's sense that they are starting to track him down a little bit. On the last time by, it was about 0.8 of a second they took out of race leader. Whether or not they can reach out and just find that touch more speed as well. Varanchit yesterday set the fastest lap of the race. Today he'll do the same. Then a 209.276, fastest second sector this time from car number 29. And it's going to come our way from Wong Yu Chung, the Malaysian driver. It's a speed carry through the middle of the lap as they dive down through the final sector. In actual fact, Sorich Samai all the way down on the 18th spot. Actually just went a touch quicker, so there's speed deeper in the field as well, and that was a half slide on the entry to turn number 9 for Varanchit. He'll extend beyond track limits on the exit of 9 as well.
Well, you know, as we've spoken about some warnings heading out, but we finally have seen a penalty coming the way of a driver as well. Scott, the 11 entry to us, there's some more warnings, 57, 7, 21, but the 11 car of Chorwish Trakan has actually gotten a 10-second time penalty for the issue at turn 10. So that has come the way of that driver. But this battle is still hot and heavy with 5 to go. And Ronnie Wisman putting pressure onto the back of Varunchit and P2. Gap visually looks like it has shrunk between the race leader back to P2, and the reason is because it has. It's down to 1 second back to P2. As the 89 and the 65 will chase down the race leader in Jonathan Giboyu. It's a real international flavour inside of the top 10. All of the nationalities in this field are represented inside of the top 10 right now. Battle for the race lead. Can Varunchit get it up the inside? He tries to sneak it by at 3. Gets out the other side of the door to try and track extend it.
No, that's not okay.
No, it's not. Jonathan Giboyu is trapped out on the grass. He's going to have the inside at turn 4. And Varunchit just over extending. You see him there pushing him back, telling him, no, I want the racing line. I want the braking zone. Into the corner they go. And Jonathan G-Boy trying to hang on to this race lead. One for Ronnie Risman out the inside into P2. Follows his fellow Honda Brio up into the top two spots, past the Yaris of Varunchit. The battle for the race lead is on.
Just starting to question whether or not Varunchit is going to clutch the ire of the stewards, because that was not on. There was a car well and truly alongside of you, Varunchit, on the exit of turn 3. I am very not happy with that one. Now it's Jonathan Joboyu beyond track limits to try and hang on to this one. Entered into turn number 8, and it was a slide. Now Risman to the inside. Varunchit looking for every opportunity. Varunchit's being forced outside. That is a return of serve. It wasn't on the car that sent him wide, on the Honda Brios, but the Honda Brios are ganging up now on the Toyota Yaris. They need to work together just a fraction, because Varunchit is quick, Varunchit is aggressive, but you've got to make sure you make the end of the race. For Varunchit, though, I reckon that might have just been a message sent from Ronnie Risman. I see what you did at the exit of turn 3, and I'm not okay with it, so have a return of serve there, fella.
Going to put the pressure back on him. In towards turn 1 they go. Juboy leads to Ronnie Risman.
None of them.
Varunchit up in P3, they run wide as they push on with 4 to go. Is the Yaris going to get a chance to sneak by the Brios? Or could there be a moment that allows the other Yaris, the Yaris hatchback of Wong Yu Chung, in behind to catch them up, as the 82 has now got a 10-second time penalty for the incident at turn 3. So that there is going the way of Aaron Heikal. So they made the determination that he was at fault for the contact at turn 3.
I wonder whether or not that's because the car he made contact with is actually out of the race, potentially.
Hey.
Put in the back of your mind. Yeah, so that might have been structural damage that one did. He definitely turned in a long, long way, and we saw that from the overhead shot. Ronnie Risman to the race lead for the first time. Jonathan Joboyu showed the nose on the entry to turn 4 with a little bit of bravery. Knew that there was never going to be a hole that opened up down there. And at the moment, he's still there, and he's still in contention for the Singaporeese driver. Confirmation of the 10-second time penalty for Aaron Heikal. So regardless of what he does in terms of his ability to drive back to this lead group, he's not going to finish in it. That much you can already count out. Yesterday, Varunchit got a massive drive-through penalty for gaining positions, gaining time, gaining advantage off the racetrack. We'll have to cut away to that second group, and, well, Aaron Heikal's never been given a return of serve. Contact on the rear end of the 82 Suzuki Swift. They'll all line themselves back in, and I think that might have been the 26 machine of Yikachai thinking about it and going, yep, look, I'm just have to slot back in. I definitely touched him, and that would have earned me the wrath of the stewards. If I slot back in, not going to happen. Using a little bit of race smarts to make sure that it's not attracting the ire of the stewards once more. 4 laps to go will become 3 as we run down to the final quarter, and they are side by side. Jonathan Joboyu and Varunchit with the elbows out, just about mirrors touching. Is Varunchit going to leave him space? You bet your bottom dollar he's not.
There's a final warning as well for exceeding track limits to car 11 and car 44. They're still side by side now, down towards turn 4. They're continuing to put the pressure on. Can Ronnie Risman get this job done and maintain position?
Look at the damage.
I know, there's a bit of damage on, actually, I will correct myself, it was actually turn 3 they were going towards. Now it's down towards turn 4, and Varunchit gets that job done and passed.
And side skirt flapping.
Yeah. I think that's what I saw hanging off before, but maybe it didn't actually fly away.
There is definitely major parts of the underbody. Look at the front end of car number 89 dangling beneath it. There is the bollet at turn 4, so it was still there. We just didn't get a great shot of it, and Varunchit's going to cover to the inside. Joboyu to the outside in response. They're starting to lose a little bit of touch with Ronnie Risman.
I wonder if this hanging bodywork at the front of this car, Scott, was from that very deep and shallow run earlier on in the race when he was trying to get past Risman and Juboyu up the inside. I wonder if that's where that's actually come from, hitting the curb through there. That might have been the case for Varunchit. But nonetheless, pressure's still on, trying to chase down the race leader. It was up here, through this corner. that inside contact into almost the grassy sand was made for Varanchit.
It looks a lot more recent than that. We would have noticed that a little bit earlier. Have a look at Joe Boyu.
Oh, he's put the headlights on. He's flashing him. He's not happy, Scott. He wants to get this done.
I think that no matter what language you speak internationally, whether it's English, a native tongue, no matter what it is, there is one thing that the flash of the headlights can tell you. It's a lack of happiness at the moment. That's a crawling out of the last corner, car 21. Was he trying to scrub some junk off the tyres? You won car 82 with a 10-second time penalty to come for Aaron Haikal ahead of Thanathas. Now, Thanathas is also going to get into the flashes as well.
Yeah, I have a theory right now, Scott, of what Haikal's been doing. Didn't really get a chance to mention it before. I think this may be some team game. She was trying to hang back the entire pack of cars behind him to stop them from trying to chase down his teammate of Brett Dickie, but you can see they're not happy. They're flashing him down the straight, so Haikal, knowing he's got that penalty, knows that he's going to end up at the back of the field anyway, and this may just be a little bit of team game now. The massive lock up for 26.
There's a lot more damaged race cars than there was in the first race of the weekend for the Super Ecos. 3 wide as they cut their way through turn number 3 in the background of that shot. But there is so many cars with front end damage in this one. And in car 99, there was a little bit of a wave and a communication with hand signals. Not so much headlights in that shot. Then on turn 4, 2 more laps left to run. Last time they will come through this section before the final lap begins. And again, Joe continues to communicate, although the message becomes weaker and weaker the further back he gets from car number 89. Well, I feel with him. Yeah, I've got to be honest. What Varanchit did to him off the exit of turn 3, I am not happy about. He ran him into the grass, and there was significant overlap at all phases of that corner. I am not happy about that.
No, and you'd understand why Zhuboyu's not happy either, because there's a point of sportsmanship, and then there's also the point of you've just ran a car off the road into the grass and not allowed them to rejoin in a safe manner. It's an unsafe decision, and I'm sure if race control are going to deem on it, they will deem on it. Final lap of the race though, white flag is out for the final race of the morning here for the Super Eco Series at Chang International Circuit. There we see Aaron Haikal continuing to hold off cars in behind him and chasing down his teammate Brett Dickie up in the top 5 and even the top 5 pack as well. There is his teammate. That's where Ronnie Brisbane. Sorry, just trying to fight his way. No, it's not Ronnie Brisbane. I was about to say, how has he dropped all the way back to below Brett Dickie, but he actually hasn't. So very odd. But Aaron Haikal is not the race that he would have wanted to have today, Scott.
I think the thing everyone can say in this battle pack in behind him at the moment is pest. There's about one word that's used to describe Aaron Haikal. Again, he's going to try and outfox the 26 machine, and not only has it got a bump on the left front corner, it's now got one on the right front corner as well. Little lent on it, and that might have done some damage to the front end of things. To the little group in front, starting to track down the 29 machine. It's now got battle scars on the front end of it as well. Car 47 and Durapat started to track these guys down. The final couple kilometres at the final race of the weekend, there is confirmation as well. That car from earlier on is on the straight between turn 3 and turn 4. Into turn 5 for the final time. And Durapat will get to the inside of Brett Dickie. Dickie will try and cross back over and underneath. Can't quite do it. Grip on the side of the 47. Wong Yu Chung has managed to slide a few spots further down, but he still stays attached to the back end of this pack. This is for the last spot inside the top 5 now, as Durapat's gone through and snuck away from P4. For Varanchit, can he try and do anything to try and steal a race lead? For Ronnie Risman, after qualifying at the back end of the field the other day, the last car to set a qualifying time, I believe it's a progressive grid format, started out in the teens. Not only has he been aggressive, he's been successfully aggressive for Ronnie Risman. Car 65 gets it done in race number 2. Varanchit very wide at the final corner. But Ronnie Risman will celebrate in style. Jonathan Shoboyu gets it done. I just wondered whether or not there was some more communication going on. Car 21 falls off the back end of that group in behind. Girapat gets the spot from Brett Dickey at the final couple corners, manages to hang on to it. Car 21's ailing and slowing. There is something wrong with that race car. But the finish line is out of that final corner, so he will get the job done. Aaron Heikal will have 10 seconds added to his post-race time and will fall a long way down the order. There are shed parts and potentially pieces of tyre down the straight. Ronnie Risman is celebrating and enjoying every second of race victory from race number 2 of the Championship of Thailand Super Eco.
What a race it was, Scott. There's confirmation of a penalty for car 87, Rapat Korn, Longsiri. I mentioned it earlier that he was getting some track limits violations. He's now been given a 5-second penalty post-race to his total race time. Unfortunately for him as well, but Ronnie Risman will celebrate this win. Varanchit, despite what he did out of turn 3, has still managed to get himself a podium. There is the overall podium, by the way, for the overall class. Ronnie Risman ahead of Varanchit, and then Jonathan G. Boyu in P3. Class overall for the all class is the exact same as they all finished in the top 3 as well. To the C+ class, Perunmouth ahead of Thanath. I've got that completely wrong. Thanathas, thank you, and Kitnat. Thank you so much.
And finally, the C drivers, Nataya and Natawalon, to bring it home on the podium. For those guys down the tail end of the field, by the way, compared to yesterday, we actually had a few of the C+ drivers right up and in contention for things. The best placed C+ driver on Sunday, 9th place for Faranath. It was actually a head-to-head battle between all 3 drivers on the podium for that one. So they were all nose to tail crossing the finish line in C+ class. So it was good to see. Ronnie Risman gets the fastest lap of the day. That was in the attempt to run down that lead pack. A lot of tow assisted him from Varanchit as well, and just far enough back through the middle of that to carry that speed through the middle. But that is it for the morning part of the session for Thailand Super Series. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We'll have highlights coming our way and interviews in just a few moments before we cut away to our break. We'll have a link to the stream for the second half of today's racing action as well, about to come your way. The big important thing is the first race up after the lunch break will be the GT3s. It's the one everyone comes and shows up to see alongside of the GTMs. We'll have GT4 and GTC action immediately after that one, and the Thailand Super Pickups to bring it home. There'll be about an hour away after this one before we'll get back into the afternoon's racing action. And that's also a little bit of a look at the sky and the clouds that are building in the area. Could there be a few drips and drops headed our way for the afternoon racing action?
Well, if there is, it's going to be a fun time ahead. We know what's coming up this afternoon, of course. Scott through the GT3, GTM classification, GT4, GTCs, and then the Super Pickups at the end of the day as well after the lunch break commences. As we said, we'll return later this afternoon with our colleagues in the booth of David Haynes and Jake Sperry on board for you for that final stream of the day for the Thailand Super Series here. It's a great morning, though, through Super Touring 8.6 Challenge and the Super Eco class as well. It's got fantastic racing across this morning, it must be said. Super Touring, Super Eco, the 8.6s, all threw it up for us. And what more could you ask for than more racing to come this afternoon?
Yeah, and some of the best stuff as well. I think the best is still yet to come. Certainly the fastest is still yet to come as well. Really curious to see how the Frenchman gets Alessandro Gueretti in the Porsche for B-Quik Absolute Racing as well. Partnered with Henk Kicks yesterday, P2. There was a lot of celebration from Daniel Bilski to his co-driving partner on board one of the B-Quik Audis. Finished on the podium in the young driver program over there as well. Ronnie Risman is a character, and you can see it in the way that he's celebrating. All charisma, all charm, picks up and celebrates with the number 1 board after taking the win for race number 2 of the Super Eco weekend.
Yeah.
เอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับสิ้นสุดลงแล้วนะครับสำหรับรุ่น Thailand Super Eco
race
นะ
interviews,
ครับ
I
เรส
think
ที่
one of
3
they'll
นะ
grab
ครับ
on English,
โอ้
but
โห
actually
เรีย
in
กได้ว่า
English.
ขับ
So I'll
เคี่ยว
just
กัน
see
อ
if
ย่าง
we
เมา
can't grab
มันกันเลยดีนะค
a
รับ
view on board with that one. So
อัน
no
ดับนะครับ
Tiana
ซึ่ง
Goody
ผล
in
มา
pit line.
เป็นอันดับที่ 3 นี่นะครับต้องเป็นของนี่เลยฮะที่อยู่ข้างๆผมนะครับกับเซียบอรี่โจนาธาน congratulations
Thank you so much.
wow okay at last you did it today so how do you feel
I feel definitely the race is not easy.
Yes.
Of course, everybody's car has some difference in performance.
Yes.
But last but not least is the driver that conduct the performance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very important for drivers to present themselves, especially on live. You have to race clean.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. So actually, for the next race, you have to go to the race in Bangsang Circuit. I need you to leave a comment with your opinion.
Yeah. Actually, I raced Bangsang last year.
Yes.
In the Super Eco. So I think this year should be comfortable for me, but I will be trying to push a little bit more this year.
โอเคก็เซียบอวี่ก็บอกว่าโอเคในเรื่องของการแข่งขันในเรสนี้ก็เป็นเรื่องที่ค่อนข้างอาจจะยากนิดนึงมันไม่ใช่เรื่องที่ง่ายเลยแต่ก็แน่นอนนะครับมาจนถึงจุดนี้ได้ผมก็เลยพยายามรีแลกซ์เพราะว่าเขาอาจเพิ่งออกมาจากรถนะฮะก็สำหรับบางแสนเนี่ยเขาเคยไปแข่งมาแล้วนะครับรอบหนึ่งเขาก็บอกว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ง่ายสำหรับเขาก็คิดว่าน่าจะทำให้การแข่งขันเนี่ยน่าจะสนุกและมันมากขึ้นครับโอเค let's question leave a comment to Thai fans who supporting you
Yeah, thank you to all the Thai fans, everyone in the pit, especially those in Singapore and Malaysia, my wife, my dad, all my supporters, sponsors. Thank you so much for supporting me all the way. See you back at home soon.
โอเค congratulations again นะครับก็ขอบคุณคุณพ่อคุณแม่นะครับสปอนเซอร์แล้วก็ผู้ที่ให้การสนับสนุนทั้งหลายนะครับโอเค congratulations โอเคไปดูอันดับ2นะครับกับโมเดอร์หายเลยยังโอ้โหมันมากกับการแข่งขันเสียดายแทนนะครับในจังหวะที่ขึ้นมาเป็นที่1แล้วทีนี้มันเหมือนในเรื่องของ race line นะฮะก็ตกมาเป็นอันดับ3แล้วก็มาเป็นอันดับ2ได้โอ้โหนิดเดียวเองโมนายเล่าให้ฟังหน่อย
ก็ครับวันนี้ก็โอเคครับสตาร์ทจากที่10ครับแล้วก็พยายามจะรีบาวขึ้นมาครับเพราะว่าคอลิฟายมาเป็นที่1แล้วก็เสียดายวันแรกครับวันแรกเกิดเหตุการณ์รถมีปัญหาใส่เกียร์ขาดก็วันที่2ก็ผิดพลาดทางเทคนิคนิดหน่อยครับก็วันนี้โอเคครับก็สามารถกลับมายืนอยู่บนโพเดียมในอีกครั้งก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับ
โอ้ดีใจด้วย
ก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมงานครับ
โอเค
ทีมวิงคินมอเตอร์สปอร์ตแล้วก็ขอบคุณผู้ใหญ่ใจดีครับที่สนับสนุนผมพีดีทีลูบิแคนไวส์ซีล่าแล้วก็ปั๊มกินขอบคุณมากๆครับเทียมที่52ครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณคนที่เชียร์ทางบ้านนะครับขอบคุณจริงๆทุกแรงเชียร์เลยขอบคุณ
ครับแสดงว่ายินดีครั้งครับโมนายนะครับขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณมากดีใจด้วยนะครับอันดับ2นะครับเป็นของวรัญชิตวัฒนาธนกุลและอันดับ1นะครับเป็นของBrody Brisbane. Yes. Wow, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, long time to see you too.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel?
Super happy. But this feel is come from the effort of the team. This is team effort. I'm very happy they do more than 100%, but sure, totally to help me become pole today. And this is my first pole for TSS.
First pole ว้าวเป็นครั้งแรกนะครับกับการขึ้นมาเป็นโพลที่1นะครับครั้งแรกของโรนี่นั่นเองนะครับก็คือตั้งใจมากๆเป็นเขาเรียกที่สุดของความสุข super happy
yeah I cannot describe it but I totally happy
okay I know so next race after this you have to go to the Bangsang
yeah so last year I have a bad experience there we're going to come all out full send I'm going to take it
ดูได้ ก็ประสบการณ์ที่แย่นะครับในปีที่แล้วนะครับก็แน่นอน How do you feel this? So you have been preparing for Bangsang.
Yes, we will start our preparation by next week.
Next week?
Because it's just 2 months.
Okay.
We really wanted.
Almost
my team,
2 months.
Not only me, my team. We really aim for podium there.
Okay. Especially for community Thai fan who's supporting you.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank my sponsor, BKC Motorsport, ISM, Shmako, and Hikoki and others also supporting me. And for all the fans there, thank you so much for your support. Because of your support, I feel like energized to come here and push all out.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank
wow.
you so much.
นะครับก็แน่นอนนะครับขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ผู้ให้การสนับสนุนทุกท่านที่ให้กำลังใจกับโรนนี่ด้วยนะครับก็หวังจะทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับกับรุ่นนี้จบไปแล้วในสนามที่3นะครับกับรุ่น Thailand Super Eco นะครับยังมีความมันที่รอคุณอยู่นะครับแต่ตอนนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวไปพบกับห้องบรรยายกันครับ
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We're going to jump straight into the highlights for the Super Ecos, and it was this moment early on between Aaron Haikal and the 87 machine, and it was an aggressive one. Haikal would be picking 10-second time penalty post-race. An interesting battle started to build towards the front end of the field as Ronnie Risman was able to make amends for how deep in the field he started yesterday, cut his way, but it was that battle between himself and Baranchit that just went on and on and on. The two worked together to get their way to the front. Risman escorted Baranchit wide, and that moment right there might have been the reason why there was a little bit more biff and barge later on. The 55 machine rounded turn number 4 and through the grass, managed to pull it up without any contact. And that was one we didn't see at the tail end of the field. So there was an additional penalty down at turn 3, and it was the 61 car that was involved, and that would be why this was a moment that was also left alone, we believe, and not necessarily penalised in the middle of things between the 57 and the 2 of Yop Boon Chu. Then out the other side. Then what happened was Jonathan Joboyu had bolted. Got nice and clear, but the tyres, as they did yesterday, started to ail. The chasing pack was Baranchit and Ronnie Risman. Ran him down. And it was this controversial moment right here. No room left, no holds barred. Hold him to the AstroTurf and force him into the grass from Baranchit. Then he had to finally leave him some space to rejoin the racetrack. And, well, if you're in Ronnie Risman's shoes, you just got a world-class view of what was about to unfold in front of him. They took it deep into turn number 4. They took it deep into turn number 5, and out the other side popped Ronnie Risman with a little bit of track position. And they'd start to battle. Joboyu's tyres would start to go off just a fraction on board car number 17. He would go elbows out racing with Baranchit, and in the meantime, Ronnie Risman would just skate clear. Damage to the front end of 89. We're not 100% certain where that one ended up coming from. It looked like it happened off screen, but there was some parts ejected off that one. And I'll tell you what, there's some damage on the back end of car 65 that we didn't see earlier on. He got the job done for Ronnie Risman, and you saw how much he was elated and celebrated down in pit lane. And the fist was pumping and the finger waving. P1 for Ronnie Risman. Job done in race number 2 of the weekend. First win in Thailand Super Series, and he was very, very happy with things. That's going to bring us to a close for the morning action from the Thailand Super Series. We will hand over to the afternoon crew, which is going to bring you all the coverage this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunch break and hot laps underway. We're scheduled to go back live in about 50 minutes or so. They have been running a little bit behind schedule over in Thailand. The lunch break may be short, might be 50 minutes, might be an hour, somewhere around there. Local time in Thailand, UTC +7. We are scheduled to get underway. Pit lane entry, exit open about 10 minutes before that. So at 1:30 p.m. local time with race start at 1:40 p.m. We'll see you all back then, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say big shout out, big thank you to Hamish Munro for joining me on the morning's coverage. Big thank you to all the fans that make this a fantastic racing event from the background. Big thank you to the marshals and everyone that it keeps inviting us back for the Super Series by B-Quik every single year. And the next time you'll be hearing my voice is from the streets of Bang Sen on the 1st to the 5th of July. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. There'll be an afternoon stream coming shortly. We'll see you all then. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
รอคอยนะครับเพราะว่าในทุกๆปีนะครับทางผู้จัดเนี่ยก็จะเป็นอีกหนึ่งกิจกรรมที่ให้ผู้ที่เขามาร่วมสนุกนะครับในการชมรายการการแข่งขันนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น TSS The Super Series by B-Quik หรือ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 นี่นะครับได้มีส่วนร่วมในกิจกรรม Hot Lap เพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้เราได้มีโอกาสมาสัมภาษณ์พูดคุยนะครับกับผู้ที่โชคดีเรียกได้ว่าเข้ามาวันนี้ต้องก่อนสวัสดีครับชื่ออะไรครับ
ชุยค่ะ
คุณนุ้ย ถามว่านี่ครั้งแรกไหมครับ
ค
ที่
รั้งแรกเลยค่ะ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ตื่นเต้นมากตื่นเต้นตึกๆ
ปกติเคยขับรถเร็วที่สุดเนี่ยความเร็วเนี่ยกี่กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงครับ
ก็เร็วอยู่นะคะน่าจะเกินกฎหมายกำหนด
โอเค งั้นเราไม่พูดถึงแล้วกันถือว่าตัดออกโอเค ถือว่าเร็วประมาณหนึ่งแต่สิ่งที่มันเร็วกว่านี้คือในสนามเนี่ยเร็วมากกว่าคุณนุ้ยแน่นอน และความเร็วเนี้ยมันมีแรงจีเข้ามาเกี่ยวข้องด้วย แรงจีคืออะไรฮะ แรงจีคือแรงที่แบบว่าเวลาเลี้ยวสูงเบรกเร็วมันจะทำให้ตัวเรารู้สึกแบบไปกับรถเลย แต่แน่นอนเรามีความปลอดภัย เพราะว่ารถเราเนี่ยได้มาตรฐาน FIA ทุกคันเลย รู้สึกตื่นเต้นไหมครับ
ตื่นเต้นมาก
อยากจะนั่งกับนักแข่งคนไหนครับ
ขอคนที่จะได้ยืนบนแท่นวันนี้
ทุกท่านที่อยู่ฮอตแลบเนี่ยได้ขึ้นอยู่แล้วครับ แต่แน่นอนอันนี้เราก็ไม่รู้เนาะว่าจะได้รถคันไหนว่าเป็นใครนะครับ วันนี้มาเชียร์ทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
พอดีวันนี้มาครั้งแรกเลยยังไม่มีคนในใจ
ครั้งแรกด้วยโอ้โหแน่นอนเลยนะฮะและต้องมีครั้งต่อๆไป เพราะว่าสนามเนี้ยเป็นสนามช้าง International Circuit เป็นสนามเขาเรียกแบบปิด ทีนี้เราจะมีสนามที่เป็น Street Circuit ที่เราสร้างขึ้นมาบางแสน Street Circuit คุณนุ้ยปกติอยู่แถวไหนครับ
อยู่กรุงเทพค่ะ
โอเค เพราะฉะนั้นในสนามบางแสนอยู่ใกล้กันเลยชลบุรีนี่เองนะครับถ้ามีโอกาสเชิญไปต่อที่นู่นเลยนะครับตอนนี้ความมันที่มันจะเกิดขึ้นเนี่ยใกล้แล้วนะฮะเอาทีมงานครับเดี๋ยวเตรียมรถให้กับคุณนุ้ยนะครับตอนนี้ยังไม่มานะมีแต่เซฟที่คามาก่อนนะแต่ไม่เป็นไรนะฮะคุณนุ้ยฮะโอเคเดี๋ยวเราไปสัมภาษณ์ต่อคุณนุ้ยครับขอให้โชคดีกับความตื่นเต้นเร้าใจในครั้งนี้ครับไปต่อครับท่านผู้ชมฮะไปดูกันต่อมีหลายๆท่านนะครับก่อนที่เราจะขึ้นไปฮอตแลบนะครับในเงื่อนไขกติกาเนี่ยเราต้องใส่หมวกกันน็อกนะให้เรียบร้อยนะครับใส่เสื้อใส่กางเกงด้วยนะครับเพื่อความปลอดภัยสวัสดีครับชื่ออะไรครับฟิลครับฟิลครับผมโอเควันนี้เป็นครั้งแรกหรือเปล่าครับที่ได้ขึ้นมาฮอตแลบ
ครั้งแรกเลยครับ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
ตื่นเต้น
ใช่ครับ
ปกติขับรถเร็วไหม
ก็ได้อยู่ครับ
ก็ได้อยู่
ครับ
แต่อยากจะรู้แล้วว่าในสนามเนี่ยใครจะเร็วกว่ากัน
ครับผม
แน่นอนครับชอบอะไรในกีฬามอเตอร์สปอร์ตครับ
ความเร็วครับ
ความเร็ว
ใช่ครับ
เชียร์นักแข่งคนไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
ไม่มีครับ
ไม่มีเลยก็คือมาดูโดยรวมเนาะ
ครับผม
ชอบอะไรในการแข่งขันของรายการนี้บ้าง
ชอบรถนะครับเพราะว่าพวกรถอะไรพวกนี้มันดูสวยดีแล้วก็เร็วดีครับ
รุ่นไหนที่เราชอบเป็นพิเศษ
ไม่มีชอบเป็นพิเศษเลยครับชอบโดยรวมเลย
ทุกรุ่นเลยโดยรวมเลยนะฮะเราจะตามไปต่อกันที่บางแสนไหม
บางวันแน่นอนครับ
แน่นอนนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นอยากเชิญชวนนะครับใครที่มีโอกาสได้มาเยี่ยมชมกับสนามของจริงแบบนี้ว่ามันแตกต่างจากการดูในจอโทรทัศน์ขนาดไหน
ใช่ครับอยากให้ทุกคนลองมาดูที่สนามจริงครับเพราะว่ามันแตกต่างจากในจอเยอะมากเลยครับ
ครับแตกต่างยังไงบ้างครับ
บรรยากาศโดยรวมหลายๆอย่างครับความไวอะไรพวกนี้ครับ
ที่เห็นในจอมันจะดูช้าๆเนาะเพราะมันเป็นภาพที่เราเห็นแต่ว่าในความเป็นจริงแล้วพอเราดูปุ๊บเนี่ยรถมันผ่านไปมันดังแบบฟู่เลยใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
ไม่ใช่ฟอแบบขู่หรือไม่ใช่ครับ
ไม่ใช่ครับ
ดังมากแบบสนุกมันนะครับฝากถึงแฟนๆที่มีโอกาสนะครับว่าถ้าได้มาสนามจริงอาจจะเป็นหนึ่งในผู้ที่มีโอกาสได้ขึ้นไปอยู่บนรถนั่งคู่กับนักแข่งเลยฝากเลยครับ
อยากให้ทุกคนลองมาสัมผัสที่สนามสักครั้งครับเพื่อจะมีโอกาสได้นั่งรถจริงๆสักรอบนึงครับผม
ครับขอบคุณครับคุณฟิลท่านผู้ชมฮะเรายังมีแจกให้ด้วยนะโอ้โหนี่เลยเป็นโปสเตอร์สวยๆนะครับจาก TSS The Super Series และ B-Quik Thailand Super Series ซึ่งก็จะเป็นงานอีเวนต์นะครับที่จะเกิดขึ้นแน่นอนอีเวนต์ที่1ในวันนี้นะครับก็เกิดขึ้นอยู่ณขณะนี้นะครับตั้งแต่วันที่21ถึง24ที่ผ่านมาแล้วก็แน่นอนนะครับอันนี้เราก็แจกให้เลยใครที่เข้ามาร่วมสนุกนะครับอยากจะเก็บโปสเตอร์นี้ไว้เพื่อสะสมเป็นที่ระลึกดีๆเนี่ยนะครับก็มาได้เลยเนาะข้างล่างเนาะมาเอาที่นี่ได้เลยนะมารับได้เลยอีกท่านหนึ่งหลังจากที่เราสัมภาษณ์ผู้ที่มีโอกาสได้ก่อนที่จะขึ้นรถไปแล้ววันนี้สำหรับผู้ที่ขึ้นรถไปแล้วลงมาแล้วนะครับรู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างครับ
เป็นประสบการณ์ที่ตื่นเต้นมากเลยครับ
ครับ
เร็วมากเร็วกว่าทุกที
ปกติเราขับรถเร็วไหม
ปกติผมขับแค่อย่างมากก็130
ก็ถือว่าเร็วแล้วเนาะ
ใช่ครับ
แล้วพอไปเจอตรงเนี้ยช่วงทางตรงเนี่ยถ้าเป็นซุปเปอร์คาร์ที3เนี่ยตั้ง200กว่าบางคันก็300ใช่ไหมครับรู้สึกยังไง
รู้สึกว่าแรงจีมันสูงมาก
แรงจี
ใช่ครับสูงมากเลย
จังหวะโค้งใช่ไหมครับ
จังหวะโค้งด้วย
โอ้โหเดี๋ยวก่อนนะ เมื่อกี้ขึ้นไปแข่งกับขึ้นไปนั่งขับกับใครครับ
ขึ้นไปนั่งขับกับทางB-Quikครับ
ใครนะครับ
กับทางB-Quikครับ
เอาB-Quikนะโอเควันนี้ไม่เห็นว่ารถคือใครเป็นคนขับ แต่ไม่เป็นไรมันทุกคันแล้วนักแข่งทุกท่านเนี่ยก็เรียกได้ว่าเป็นทั้งโค้ชด้วยเป็นนักแข่งที่มีชื่อเสียง แล้วก็เป็นนักแข่งที่ได้รางวัลมาเยอะแยะมากมาย จริงๆนะอยากเป็นนักแข่งไหม
โอ้วันนี้ก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นเป้าหมายที่สูงมากครับ
ถ้ามีเป้าหมายเรามีแรงบันดาลใจอยากเป็นนักแข่งต้องมาเรียนที่ TRA Thailand Racing Academy
ใช่ครับ
มีรถแข่งมีที่ปรึกษามีโค้ชนะครับที่สอนและให้เราจบหลักสูตร แล้วก็แข่งรถนี้อย่างถูกต้องเลย ไม่ว่าจะเป็นในเรื่องของ Racing Ride ในตัวของวิธีการ Trail Brake หรือใดๆก็ตาม เพราะฉะนั้นนี่ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งในโอกาสที่จะทำให้เรามีฝันที่เป็นธงไว้และสร้างให้มันเกิดขึ้นได้นะครับขอบคุณมากๆครับสำหรับกิจกรรมดีๆแบบนี้ที่มาร่วมกับเราขอบคุณมากๆครับคุณผู้ชมเราไปดูพิทวอล์กกันดีกว่าตอนนี้เป็นบรรยากาศที่ชิลๆแล้วนะสำหรับตอนนี้สำหรับใครที่ยังไม่เคยมาเนี่ยผมก็จะพามาดูนะครับว่ากิจกรรมในสนามแข่งเนี่ยมันมีอะไรบ้างเพราะว่าในสนามแข่งเนี่ยครับก็จะประกอบในเรื่องของหลายสัดส่วนนะครับในส่วนของที่ให้นักแข่งได้อยู่เขาจะเรียกว่าเป็นพิทตรงนี้นะครับก็จะมีทีมแข่งแต่ละทีมเนี่ยได้เข้ามาอยู่ในแต่ละช่องแบบนี้นะฮะแล้วก็เตรียมในเรื่องของการเตรียมความพร้อมตรวจสอบในเรื่องของช่วงล่างเครื่องยนต์นะครับซึ่งการทำงานคนเดียวเนี่ยมันจะไม่เกิดขึ้นถ้าเราไม่เอาจิ๊กซอว์หรือหลายๆคนเนี่ยมารวมกันนะครับอย่างทีมช่างเนี่ยนะฮะก็จะมีการดูว่าเตรียมความพร้อมก่อนที่จะลงแข่งในรอบถัดไปนะครับตรวจสอบทุกอย่างเลยไม่ว่าจะเป็นระบบของช่วงล่างเครื่องยนต์และก็ระบบแมคานิคอลหรือระบบเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของเทคนิคหรือเป็น Data ข้อมูลต่างๆก็ต้องประสานการงานกับทั้งทีมนะครับคนที่ทำงานหนักเนี่ยครับไม่ใช่นักแข่งที่จะลงแข่งและทำงานหนักด้วยตัวของนักแข่งแต่ละท่านเองแต่ยังมีทีมเบื้องหลังที่คอยดูแลและซัพพอร์ตในเรื่องของรายละเอียดต่างๆด้วยเช่นกันนะครับปีนี้นะครับต้องบอกว่ารถที่เข้ามาร่วมแข่งอยู่ในรายการ B-Quik Thailand Super Series 2026 และ TSS The Super Series by B-Quik 2026 นี่นะครับมี100 กว่าคันเลยนะครับแล้วก็มีชาวต่างชาตินี่นะครับที่เข้ามาร่วมแข่งเนี่ย30 กว่าสัญชาติเลยทีเดียวถือว่าเยอะกันเลยทีเดียวนะครับซึ่งแน่นอนว่าใครที่อยากจะเข้ามาเชียร์หรือให้กำลังใจนะครับสำหรับนักแข่งเนี่ยมีตั้งแต่รุ่นที่เริ่มต้นนะครับก็คือรุ่น Thailand Super Eco นะครับไปทัวริงไปซุปเปอร์คาร์นะครับก็จะแบ่งออกไปหลายระดับนะครับรวมไปถึงรุ่นที่เข้ามาเป็นรุ่นใหม่ในปีนี้นะครับก็คือ TSS Challenge Thailand นะครับ by บางจากนั่นเองนะครับอย่างตัวนี้นะครับที่เราอยู่เห็นเนี่ยก็เป็นหน้าของ B-Quik นะครับก็จะมีในเรื่องของ Thailand Super Car GT3 888เนี่ยก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งรุ่นนะครับเป็น Audi นะครับซึ่งก็จะมีนักขับที่ก็ต้องบอกว่าก้าวขึ้นมาใหม่เป็นการยกระดับนะครับของพี่แม็กซ์สถาพรวีรเชื้อขับคู่กับเอโรสนาโกโตวันนี้ทั้งสองท่านก็จะมีโอกาสได้เข้ามาลงแข่งอยู่ในรุ่นนี้ด้วยเช่นกันเราก็ต้องมาดูแล้วครับว่าในปีนี้กับสนามนี้ทั้งสองคนนี้เนี่ยจะก้าวขึ้นมาอยู่ในโพเดียมเนี่ยได้กี่สนามแล้วนะเท่าไหร่สำหรับตรงนี้นะครับก็จะมีแดเนียลบิลสกี้นะครับแล้วก็พี่แม็กซ์นะครับพี่แม็กซ์ไม่รู้อยู่หรือเปล่านะอาจจะทานข้าวอยู่ก็จะเป็นอีกหนึ่งรุ่นนะครับที่ได้ให้คุณผู้ชมเนี่ยได้เห็นกันในการวาดลีลานะครับในการขับแข่งก็เป็นอีกเรื่องหนึ่งสัญญาณที่ดีนะครับของแดเนียลบิลสกี้ที่ได้มีโอกาสได้กลับเข้ามาอยู่ในรุ่นของ Thailand Super Car GT3 นะครับก็ถือได้ว่าเป็นปรากฏการณ์ใหม่นะครับเป็นเรื่องที่ดีนะครับสำหรับแดเนียลโอเควันนี้เราเจอ2นักแข่งน้อยนะครับสวัสดีครับชื่ออะไรครับลูก
ชื่อต้นคูณครับ
อ๋อหนูชื่ออะไรครับ
อาคินครับ
ชื่ออาคินเหรอครับวันนี้มาเชียร์ใครครับขอคิดประมาณ10 วิโอเควันนี้ไปเชียร์ใครครับลูกเชียร์สีอะไรครับเชียร์รถคันไหนฟอร์ดเชียร์รถคันไหนครับฟอร์ดเหมือนกันเห็นพี่พูดก็เลยพูดตามโอเคแล้วหนูอายุเท่าไหร่ลูก8 ขวบกี่ขวบครับ6 ขวบเป็นพี่เป็นน้องกันใช่ไหมครับครับผมเรียนอยู่ที่ไหนครับลูก
นครครับ
หรอชอบรถแข่งไหมอยากเป็นนักแข่งไหมครับอยากเป็นนักแข่งไหมครับไม่อยากอยากเป็นอะไรครับอยากเป็นน้องของนักแข่งโอเคท้ายวันนี้ได้ของรางวัลไปแล้วเนาะแล้วเดี๋ยวยังไงติดตามกันให้ดีนะครับโตขึ้นมีโอกาสมีแวว เต็มที่อ่ะเชิญชวนเพื่อนๆหน่อยน้องเพื่อนๆหน่อยวัยรุ่นฝันน้ำนมชวนให้มาชวนเลยมาเที่ยวกันนะครับมาเที่ยวกันนะครับ
เที่ยวกันเลยครับ
โอเคมาดูรายการกันนะครับ
มาดูรายการนะครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับโอ้เท่านี้ก็เก่งแล้วครับผมโอเคขอบคุณมากโอเคอันนี้ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งคันนะครับของรุ่น GT3 นะครับหมายเลข26นะครับเป็นเลขนำโชคนะครับของคุณเฮงกิกนะครับกับกิเรตินั่นเองอเล็กซานดรานะครับเป็นนักแข่งชาวฝรั่งเศสนะครับก็ได้มีโอกาสมาหนึ่งใน B-Quik นะครับผมชอบมากเลยนะสนามช้างเนี่ยตรงนี้เป็นช่องลม เวลามาทีไรจะชอบไปยืนออกันตรงนี้ใกล้ๆกันนี้ในพิษตรงนี้ก็จะเป็นของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับปีนี้เนี่ย Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand นะครับปรับเปลี่ยนในเรื่องของexterior ในเรื่องของการดีไซน์สีรถนะครับจะเห็นจากสีของตัว Toyota เนี่ยความเป็นสีแดงเขาจะดูมีความเป็นแดงแบบสดจริงๆนะครับแล้วก็มีนักแข่งที่ลงมาเนี่ยเป็นนักแข่งที่มีชื่อทุกท่านเลยไม่ว่าจะเป็นคุณอัดนะครับสุทธิพงศ์สมิทชาติพี่แมนนะครับณัฐพงศ์ห่อทองคำพี่ต้นมานัทกุลปรานนท์นะครับก็นั่งกันอยู่กำลังพักผ่อนหย่อนใจวันนี้เจออีกท่านหนึ่งแล้วนะครับที่มีโอกาสมาที่สวัสดีครับชื่ออะไรครับ
ชื่อแอมค่ะ
ชื่อแอมมากับใครครับชื่ออะไรครับ
มิ้นค่ะ
มิ้นแอมกับมิ้นอยู่ที่ไหนครับ
อยู่บุรีรัมย์นี่แหละค่ะ
บุรีรัมย์วันนี้มาตั้งใจเพื่อมาดูการแข่งขันเลยหรือเปล่าครับ
ใช่
เชียร์ทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษครับ
น่าจะB-Quikป่ะคะ
B-Quik
เพิ่งมาปีแรกด้วย
เพิ่งมาปีแรกเหรอเดี๋ยวก่อนนะB-Quikป่ะคะคืออันนี้ยังไม่แน่ใจใช่ไหมว่าใช่B-Quikหรือเปล่าโอเคอยากให้เชิญชวนคนที่มีโอกาสได้เข้ามาร่วมสนุกกันที่นี่ด้วยนะฮะ
ค่ะก็งานนี้ก็ชมฟรีนะคะก็อยากชวนทุกคนนะคะมาดูที่นี่นะคะให้เป็นเรียกอะไรแรงบันดาลใจ
เป็นประสบการณ์อยากเป็นนักแข่งไหมอยากเป็นใช่ไหมครับโอ้นักแข่งผู้หญิง
อยากลองขับอยู่
นะอยากลองขับก่อนโอเคนักแข่งสุภาพสตรีที่นี่ก็มีเก่งๆหลายคนนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นแคทนัทนิตลีวัฒนาวรากุลนะครับมะปางอลิสาน้องมินนี่อย่างเงี้ยฮะหลายๆคนเลยนะครับถือว่ามีโอกาสก็อาจจะได้เป็นหนึ่งในนักแข่งในวันข้างหน้านะครับฝากถึงแฟนๆหน่อยครับมินครับ
ก็คิดว่าเป็นรายการที่สนุกดีค่ะแล้วก็มันเร้าใจมากหนูคิดว่าผู้หญิงก็สามารถดูรถได้ค่ะไม่จำเป็นต้องเป็นเฉพาะผู้ชาย
นี่ถูกต้องใช่ครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ฝากถึงแฟนๆเนาะให้มาร่วมสนุกกันชมฟรีนะจ๊ะ
ชมฟรีก็ถ้ามีโอกาสก็อยากให้มาชมเหมือนกันค่ะ
ครับขอบคุณมากๆครับขอบคุณครับน้องมินน้องแอมนะครับก็จะมีนะครับในแต่ละรุ่นนะครับของ Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand เนี่ยนะครับก็จะเห็นไม่ว่าจะเป็นรุ่นของ GTC นะครับก็จะมีด้วยนะครับปีนี้เราไปเรื่อยๆเลยนะครับเดินไปกันเรื่อยๆก็จะมีหลายๆค่ายนะครับที่เข้ามาเมื่อกี้มี KC Clutch ก็เพิ่งเป็นแชมป์โรนี่ริสแบนนะครับเป็นแชมป์ไปสนามเมื่อกี้นี่เองแล้วก็มี YK Motorsport นะครับ YK Motorsport เนี่ยปีนี้ก็ส่งนักแข่งนะครับเบอร์3แซนดี้ซูวิกนะครับในเรื่องของFord นะครับ FCA ก็คือ Ford Thailand Racing เข้ามาร่วมโดยให้ความร่วมมือกันระหว่าง YK เข้ามาร่วมมือกันด้วยนะครับนอกจากนี้ก็ยังมีอีกหลายรุ่นนะครับกับนักแข่งนะครับใครที่อยากจะเข้ามาสัมภาษณ์หรือเข้ามาถ่ายรูปร่วมกับนักแข่งได้เลยนะครับเราเปิดโอเพนตรงนี้นะครับเพราะว่าอย่างบูมครับกันตทีกุศิริเพิ่งเป็นแชมป์เมื่อวานนี้นะครับสำหรับโอเคเดินต้องขอไปบูมเดินมาหยิบไปให้บูมจะบอกว่างหรือเปล่าดีใจวันนี้อยากให้ทุกคนได้เห็นบูมว่าปกติเราเห็นบูมขับซุปเปอร์คาร์ก็แรงแล้วพอมาขับซุปเปอร์บิ๊กอัพก็แรงยังได้แชมป์อีกขับยากขับง่ายกันยังไง
จริงๆมันใกล้เคียงกันครับเพราะว่ารถมันเป็นขับเคลื่อนล้อหลังเหมือนกัน
ครับ
ซึ่งแต่ว่าต่างกันที่น้ำหนักค่อนข้างเยอะของรถซุปเปอร์บิ๊กอัพครับซึ่งก็อาจจะต้องปรับเปลี่ยนวิธีการขับนิดๆหน่อยๆครับ
ครับใช่ก็ถือว่าแต่มันเหมือนเราเป็นคนดูถ้าเป็นคนนอกไม่ได้อวยกันนะเหมือนขับง่ายมากเหมือนขับมือเดียวเองได้
ด้วยความเร็วที่มันช้ากว่าครับเลยทำให้บูอาจจะคุมอะไรได้ง่ายขึ้น
ใช่ไหมครับมันก็เลยดูอะไรมันดูง่ายไปหมดเลย
มันก็ไม่ง่ายขนาดนั้นครับวันนี้โดนอีกอย่างโดน90 กิโลด้วย
ถ่วงน้ำหนักเพราะว่า2 สนามเลยนะครับแล้วก็แต่แปลกนะเดี๋ยวสนามหน้าบางแสนการเซตอัพแตกต่างกันยังไง
แน่นอนครับแน่นอนว่าต้องปรับแน่นอนเพราะว่า1กริปของถนนก็ไม่เท่ากันนะครับซึ่ง ก็อาจจะต้องบริหารจัดการเรื่องเซตอัพมากขึ้น
ครับแล้วในสนามบางแห่งคือ track มันก็จะแคบกว่า
ใช่ครับ
นะครับแล้วก็มีโค้งที่เป็นโค้งหักศอก
ใช่ครับ
แฮร์พินตรงนั้นนะฮะที่เรารู้กัน ก็รู้สึกว่ามันก็เป็นเรื่องที่ท้าทาย
จริงๆผมคิดว่าน่าจะดีครับ เพราะว่าฟอร์ดเดี๋ยวดีอยู่แล้วครับรอดู
ครับโอเคขอบคุณบูมากครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับอ่ะอันนี้เป็นอีกหนึ่งโอ้โหเป็นอีก2นักแข่งนะครับที่ต้องบอกว่าไม่คุยไม่ได้เลยครับอยู่คุณกัมบิกกันสูตรนะครับมิกกี้แล้วก็โอมนะครับเป็นไงครับทั้งสองท่านมิกกี้ครับยังไม่ได้คุยกันเลยนะฮะ
ใช่ครับ
วันนี้ได้คุยแล้วนะเป็นยังไงบ้างกับการแข่งขันถามเลย
เมื่อวานก็เราก็ซัดที่2นะครับจบที่5ซึ่งจริงๆทั้งฟิลด์ก็จบกันค่อนข้างใกล้เคียงนะครับถือว่าเป็นเรซที่สนุกครับผมวันนี้น้องโอมก็จะสตาร์ทก่อนครับในอันดับที่5ก็เดี๋ยวจะมาดูกันครับว่าจะเป็นยังไง
นี่นะฮะเดี๋ยวต้องได้คุยกันแน่ๆแล้วครับโอมเป็นยังไงครับธนพัฒน์สุทธิสว่างของเราขับคู่กับพี่มิกกี้ต้องถามก่อนว่าเราได้มาเขาเรียกว่าอะไรมาร่วมการแข่งขันด้วยกันเนี่ยมีความรู้สึกว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็เราเปลี่ยนจากปีที่แล้วนะครับเป็นโอมขับกับพี่ปุ๊ก็คือเป็นซิลเวอร์กับบอล
นี่พี่ปุ๊ก็อยู่แถวนี้นี่พี่ปุ๊เมื่อกี้เห็นไว้พี่ปุ๊เข้ามาแล้วโอเค
แต่ว่าพอเป็นปีนี้ก็โอมคู่กับพี่มิกกี้ก็เป็นซิลเวอร์ก็ทำให้เราต้อง
compensation ทางที่นานขึ้น
พัฒนาตัวเองให้มากขึ้นเพื่อที่จะได้ไป
ต่อ
ขึ้นครับ
นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยเลยถือว่าเป็นเรื่องที่ท้าทายเหมือนกันนะครับ
ครับถือว่าเป็นปีที่ท้าทายปีหนึ่งเลยก็ได้ครับ
ครับเอาละฮะอันนี้เห็นถืออะไรครับถืออะไรครับมิกกี้ครับ
เป็นแก้วกับเครื่องดื่มนะครับก็ถ้าใครอยากได้แก้วสวยๆแบบนี้ก็มาที่พิท AS พิทเบอร์5กับเบอร์6ได้เลยครับแล้วก็น้ำมีลิโพแจกฟรีครับผม
นี่แจกฟรี
ใครต้องการพลังงานก็มาเติมลิโพกันหน่อยได้
นะประชาสัมพันธ์กันเลยนะใครที่อยากจะได้แก้วน้ำมีลาย Porsche ด้วยนะเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้ AAS Motorsport เนี่ยมาแจกฟรีและก็ลิโพด้วยอยู่ตรงนี้เลยมารับกับมือมิกกี้เลยนะแล้วก็มือโอมเลยเพราะฉะนั้นนะคุณผู้ชมใครที่สนใจนะครับที่ลงมาตรงนี้นะครับในพิทวอล์กนะครับเดินมาเลยตอนนี้เดี๋ยวพักตรงนี้สักครู่นะแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยเจอกันต่อในช่วงหน้านะครับ